Hello. The music is a little all over the place, but I love it. Also, how you doing? Welcome in. I'm 3D. I'm not 2D today. I think my PC can handle this game. Question mark. I did try out this game a little bit yesterday, and it seems to work very well, to be honest. So, hey, hey, hey. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to like adjust a little bit. There we go. Okay, this should be good. I wanted to try out Party Animals, and it seems that there is actually like a heckin' solo queue, so I want to do it. I want to try it. Now it's solar. Nomf Kobo. No, Nomf Kobo. Kobo don't wanna be Nomf. I mean, and maybe you can Nomf tail instead. Also, hi Solar, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Nomf the fluffy tail. Okay, fine. Fine. The tail should be fine. It'll regrow it back. Don't know about the fluff. No. Might be kind of bad for your throat, but I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Alright, let me open up Steam real quick. There we go. Okay, Steam is open. Nymph. It's like another form of Nomf at this point. It's like Nymph, man. We Nymphin. Okay, so yesterday I played a little bit with my sister. Party Animals. Played a little bit. It's fun as heck. I was laughing my ass off, to be honest. The game's great. It's very adorable. It's way more soft than I thought. So, soft as in those are literal stuffed animals beating up each other. There you go. I'm gonna try it. Let me just do this. Boop. Boop. There. Don't know if I'm blocking too much. I hope I'm not blocking too much. This should be fine. This should be fine. Okay, let me close the music real quick. I mean, it's all. This is all like Party Animals music. Very groovy. Very groovy, to be honest. Groovy. Okay, let me open up Party Animals. I might want to adjust some of the graphics quality, I think. Although one thing that's really good in this game is that it has the AMD FSD thing. Oh, loud. Look at that, cute. Am I control? I can control it, right? No, I cannot. Can I? I thought I can control it. Oh, is it because I'm using my new controller? It doesn't recognize it. Yeah, I'm using my new controller. It doesn't recognize. Fine. I'll change it back. Fine. Okay, any USB noise, it's gonna be from my end. That's mine. Give me a second. Let me change my controller back real quick. That was mine. Oh, I got a gift. Let's go. Nice. This game's great. And I haven't even played the game yet, and I already got gifts. Look at that. Let me see if I need to change the graphics, to be honest. It doesn't seem that I need to be honest. We can do balance for now. I don't know what this is. Low latency? Nah, it's already as low as it gets. Oh, presets at high. For high. Now, one thing I can try. Let's go to tutorial. That's how I know if I can handle it or not.
Hello, and welcome to the Party Animals tutorial. Have a look around.
Look at that.
Take it all in.
Oh, there's lag, Yeah, there's lag. Sadly. Oh, there's a lot of lag. Even on the tutorial level, there's already like a lot of lag. That's not good. Which is why I'm here to test it out. I think high is fine, but just remove the anti-aliasing. Some of the stuff that requires a lot more processing load. I don't like motion blur, but maybe motion blur looks good in this game. Okay, let's try... How does low look? I mean, I guess low looks fine. Yeah, let's try.
You see that wee thingy that just popped out? That is the stamina bar. You need stamina to run, attack, climb, or carry things around. Better keep good track of it at all times. Okay, now, run across the room. Go, go, go.
Go, go, go.
Jump over the gap. A little run-up lets you jump further.
Oh yeah, by the way, I already went through the tutorial yesterday. I'm just trying to see the performance if it's okay. Because my PC...
You can grab everything in the game. Yes, just like that. Now, put the cube thing onto the metal pressure sensor to unlock the door. Chop, chop.
Chop, chop. Also, you can grab weapons. There we go.
You can throw things far away as well. Now, pick up the green cube thing. Try throwing the cube across the gap.
This game is so soft. Can I throw it here? Does it look like... Oh! Yeah, so it will stutter from time to time, it feels like. But all in all, I think the performance still like works on my PC. I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried because the tutorial stage is like the biggest one, I think. Because there's like multiple sections. So eventually it requires the most resources to like render out everything. That's my guess anyway. Okay, anyway. Let's leave tutorial, yes. So there's this solo queue thing that I can try, right? I know the game is called Party Animals and I'm just not playing anyone. Weird, huh? Nemo is a royal corgi who gets along well with cats. Macchiato, double espresso, single macchiato. See, I love stuff like that, you know. All of the characters like different unique heckin' descriptions. Just makes the game more cute. Oh. Working from home day 99. Fine Coco. Oh, that's a cute little outfit. Gordon Nemo, he doesn't talk much. Oh. Ota. Doesn't know what's next, for he simply lives in the present. Ota. They're just doing butt scratch. They're scratching butts. Oh. Underbite. International nose biting champion. See what I mean? Game's so adorable. The first annual international nose fighting champion. Fueled by who found the first annual international nose biting champion? Oh my god, they go along with each other. Unlicensed pilot. Barbie. Bacon. Oh yeah, see, last night I unlocked this one. A vegan who punch hard. Oh, the moose is cute. Everything's so adorable in this game. I'm gonna melt. Oh, Hachi! Oh, this is the from the movie, I believe. Hachi, the dog. Garfat. Garfat. Oh my god. Oh wow. Low is sun. Third low. Robin Low. Tactical Low. Moon loves trees. A co-pilot to underbite. Fluffy, the greatest dog ever. That's doing butt scratch right in front of everyone. Wow. Curtis. Bonka bonka payai. Curtis, I see everything. Hammer love apples. Recycle hammer. Oh, Sammer, wow. Dark Force. Oh, that's kinda cute. Oh my god, it's a bat! 2022 fan art contest winner, Thomas De Paolo. Oh? Yurusa. Oh wow, look at Bruce. Ujing Bruce. And then you have Bob. Honey in vain, Bob. Bob. What is that? What is this? Oh, Fermi plays this game. I think I'm gonna try a quick match, question mark? So I played this game last night. I played a few matches with my sister and it was great. It was heckin' great. Is there a way to earn like in-game currency? I mean, I would be surprised that... I mean, I'm already surprised a game that costs 62 ringgit still have some sort of microtransactions going on. Albeit not as much, but still. Pink Coco? I kinda wanna know. How do I get money? Oh yeah, see? Microtransactions. Nemo bucks. Cookies. How do I get cookies? Okay, let me check the graphics still. I mean, it's already at ultra performance. I don't want to turn off VSync, it's gonna be so sad. Fine, I'm turning off VSync. So everything is already at the lowest of low. I am suddenly laggy as heck. Just because I disabled VSync now? Whoa, what? Lag. No lag. Lag. No lag. Oh, wow, that's kinda cool. What the f- Okay. Also, I'm already yeah, push the talk. Oh yeah, in case you don't know, I'm playing with a controller currently. Right here, I'm playing with a controller. Yeah. It just feels better to play with a controller, to be honest. Well, with games like this, that is. It's weird how VSync helps with performance. Look at that, I'm now mega laggy once I turn off the VSync. And once I turn on the VSync, everything works fine. That is weird. That is mega weird. Okay, anyway. Quick match. I can just start match, right? I'm gonna go solo. It's Monday afternoon though. I don't have faith in hacking matchmaking currently. It's Monday afternoon. Everyone is like working, I think. Oh, I stand corrected. There's actually people playing. Ichiban? Beast hockey? Everyone likes this stage. So yesterday I played with my sister a few matches. Everyone just choose this one. Don't know why. Maybe the music is good. I mean, I have to say though, the music is good in this game. Coco. Coco. Oh my god, somebody's using Moon. Look, I still don't know how to play this game, alright? I'm just gonna mash buttons because I never played this game before. Oh my god, my PC's dying. Hey yo, someone has a gun. Holy shit! What the fuck is going on? Oh, oh, help, help. What'd you do? Damn, the jump kicks. People are really good with that. Oh, holy shit, I'm dead. Help! Oh, oh, hey, it's a mooncake. Mine. I want it. My mooncake. My mooncake. Is there a taser? Hey man, what are you doing? Oh fuck, holy shit. Help, I'm a dead croc. Oh, whoa! Oh yeah, it's slippery. Oh. Oh wait, who? Oh yeah, I'm with team. I'm with the rabbit. Everyone is chill, right? Everyone's kinda chill. Ooh. Come here, asshat. Yeah. Spin. 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 Get spin. Yeah. Yeah. Ow. Spear. Bong. Get bonked. Alright, try to shoot me then. Get out. Wee! Oh. Ooh, shovel. Can I have it? Oh. Help. 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 Hey man, what are you doing? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, you wanna try me? Oh Holy shit! That's so good. Alright, okay. Wait, were they from the same team? Ah! Holy fuck. How are they so good? No! My team! What have you done? That's right. Sorry, man. How do you control this game? I threw someone out. That was my team. Sorry, I just want to bonk everyone. Oh! Get fucked. Get fucked. Oh, nice! The juke. Oh, I'm getting away from that. Oi! How dare you? Get him! Yeah! Damn, we're strong. Yeet! Uh-oh. No! Yeah! Get punched! Get punched! Get punched! Punch, 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 punch. Yeet! What the fuck is going on? Oh my god, poor bull! Hey! Hey yo, what the fuck you doing? I'm on your side. Ugh. Nuh-uh. Whoa! Damn, weapon is strong, huh? I'm dead. I'm dead. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, don't you dare. Oh! The weapon is too strong. Oh. I didn't notice. That was the last one. Help! I want a picture. Everyone's just fighting each other. My camera. Fuck 'em. See what I mean? Game's fun as hell, man. Do I play it? That one was quite a fast match, to be honest. Ooh, soccer. How do we play that? Beat the soccer into opponent's gate to earn points. Oh, we're actually playing soccer. Okay. Use the walls to deflect the ball. Oh, this is where jump kick is gonna be so important, it feels like. The yum kick. Cool. Also, you have emote. Oh yeah, a lot of people speaking Chinese here apparently. I hear some people that use voice chat last night. They were just like speaking Chinese, most of them. I mean, I'm in Asia server. They're just scratching butts. There's one person that's not ready. I'm your team! Ew. Oh my god, oh my god. We just play ball. They're gonna... Hi, Nexus, thanks. Hello. Oh, coming from town, bit. Oh! Damn, I'm fucking good. Damn, I'm so fucking good. Holy shit. That's my ball. I'm so good. Yeet. Get in. Thanks. Thanks. Damn, I'm a beast in this mode. the gorilla. The gorilla. I'm just gonna jump kick from the start. Yeet. Woo! Ow! Why am I the only one that's fainted? Oh, we're doing it. Oh, we're doing it. Oh, we're so doing it. Whoa, that good. What? Ow, fuck! Holy shit. Oh. Yeah! Hey, oh shit! Ow! No! No! There were so many people. I can't defend it. Now I'm being dumb. I love this game. Wee! Ow! Fuck! Let's go. The jump kicks. Gonna love the jump kicks. Oh, soccer is fun. Hell yeah. My first win is at a soccer game? Holy shit. Wee! Oh, oh. That's me! That's me! Whoa. I won a game. I'm so good. Oh, it says I got a bunch of cookies. Also, I hope you're doing good next to. Oh. How much cookie do I have? 5,500? Oh, I got a friend request. Oh, it's a... Oh, it's a in-game only thing, I think? Sure, I guess. There you go. Yo, man, get one friend. What? Oh, I can get cookie. Everything is so expensive, though. Gosh, why is pink cocoa real currency? I want pink cocoa. Yeah, this game's fun. Throw mooncake and knock what? I'm just getting matches. What's a buzzball? Oh, soccer! I like soccer. Yeah, we're playing soccer again. I like playing soccer. It's most fun. The jump kick is good in this mode. Coco. I am a crocodile. I mean, crocodile is good enough. Kinda sad how there's no heckin' dragons in this game, right? But crocodile, I'll take it. Ooh, what a kick. Go, crocodile! Shit. Whoa, fuck! Ow, help! I'm dead. Damn, they're good. Yeah, I realized roll is really good. They should probably add dragons, right? Oh! They're gonna kick. Nice, good shit. Whoa, what a shot. The duck's kinda confused. What? Hey, man. I'm here. Oh! I almost deflected it. Ow, fuck! Holy shit. Help. I'm awake. We got this. Ooh, we have a match. Huh. Ah, fuck, I punched it the wrong way. Ay, fuck, sorry. Get kicked. Whoa! Careful, friend, careful. Damn, nice save. No, I almost saved it. It's so hard to control. It's so hard to control. I'm gonna kick it, bro. Nice, good kick. Hi, Ingrill. Oh, the pad is off. Oops, sorry. I'll fix it afterwards. Ooh, nice. Oh, what a shot! What a shot! Yo, what a shot! Let's go. Go win, E. Hope you're doing good, Ingram. Welcome, welcome. I'll kick people. Oh, oh, oh. No! I just got mauled. I got mauled. Oh, what a shot. Ooh, nice. Nope. Get deflected. Aye! Ow! Fuck! I'm okay. I'm awake. Alright, I'm awake. Ooh. Hi! Shit. I tried. You got this. Save the ball! Oh! Shit, this is bad. I'm out of stamina. I'm sorry. Nice! Good save, good save. Hey man, what are you doing? Oh! I kicked my own teammate, I'm so sorry. Nuh-uh. Oh, ow! Holy shit, I saved though, I saved though. Oh, chance, chance, we have a chance. I'm orange, by the way. I'm rolling. Please don't, guys. What are you doing? Oh, that was good. Damn, that was almost perfect. That was scary. We saved, we saved. Hey, don't punch the here. Oh. Oh, good punch, good punch. Oh, sorry. How can you not love this game? For fuck's sake. Yuck! No! We tried, we tried. That was tough, that was tough. Drop kick. Hey, how you doing? Hey, hey, let's go, Croco Gang. Hey! Oh, that was fun as hell. Gonna hydrate. I love the soccer game. Also, let me try to fix this one real quick. Well, by fix I mean just no, we don't get drop kick a lot. I'm gonna get drop kick a lot. It already happened multiple times. Okay, see the boop doesn't make sense now. See if I'm looking at the game, it's supposed to be here. And then the pet is supposed to be around here. This chat is kinda hard. This chat box is kinda hard to read, isn't it? Yeah, the chat box is kind of hard to read, feels like. I'll change the style of the chat box afterwards, even though I don't know how. But I'll try. I'm gonna play again. This game reminds me of Gang Beast. I think it's like directly inspired by Gang Beast, just a lot more adorable. Because, you know, stuffed animals. Into the game, what is this? Blood-free redemption. Oh, it's esports. Trebuchet. People want trebuchet? That's kind of scary. Trebuchet the explosives to opponent's base and then it explodes. Oh wow, there are multiple different ways of playing the game. Oh, this game is fucking great. I thought it's just like animals punching each other. But no, you have soccer, you have this. And then you have the classic beat 'em up. Oh, people is Ori, holy shit. Be right back. Alright. Take your time. No, I would say this game is like Gang Beast, but a lot more better. Flower. How do you get the cat? Oh my god, how there's so many cats? How do you get cats?
Hello and welcome.
I tried. What are we doing? So we're trying to bomb. Oh, hi, we have team. Whoa! Uh-oh. Can we save it?
You mentally ill freak. You are not a woman and never will be.
Oh shit. Well. There you go. Hi Zephyr! To see the Kobo Hunting explosive. It's so good to end well. I know, right? Hi Zephyr! How do we get more bombs? Oh! Help! I'm alive. Oh no! I tried. Dude. Can I like get in here? Whoa! Hi, how are you doing? We're just fighting here. Yeah. Get fucked. You're out. I'm a meanie. Hi, how are you doing? Wee! Wee! Oh! Can I like sabotage?
Hello.
Oh, are we about that now?
Faggot, 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 faggot,
I
faggot,
guess we're
faggot,
about that now. It's sad, right? It's okay. I can disable it anytime. All good, all good. Don't worry about it. So it seems that I'm being targeted today. Do I get like maybe if I enable subscriber only chat for now? Like for now at least. Sorry. I'll give it a little bit of time for this. I'm only enabling this for a little bit, you know, because apparently I'm now like getting targeted by all these bots. So yeah, I'll be careful. I'll be careful. No, of course I'll disable it, you know, so that people can chat normally afterwards. Don't worry about it. In the meantime, let me just play again. No, I didn't play the trebuchet. Did we win? Oh, we won. Hell yeah. The thing is, I don't think I did anything, but we still won anyway. I'll take it. I'll take it. Is the orange just diamond? Oh god. Or maybe not subscriber only chat. What if I try like emote only chat? But that would be kind of funny, isn't it? Take the balloon safe back to base to earn points. Oh, we have multiple different modes to play. Yeah, I'm still baffled. You don't know the talking emotes? Fair. You know, I don't as well. I don't know the talking emotes. Laughing emoji. Sad emoji. It still baffles me though. Like there are people doing this. Maybe them doing that, they feel more superior, question mark? How do we get that? Hello. Nah, I don't think they can do it. Get punch! Like I said, I'm getting targeted today by the bots. What? No! No! That's our balloon! Sorry. There you go. Yep. So I can slowly ban them anyway. I know it's not gonna help. I know it's not gonna help a lot, but it helps. Go there! Go there! Go there! Go there! I'm taking it! I'm taking it! It's mine! It's mine! It's mine! Don't stop me! No! Yeah! Let's go! We got a point! Yeah. What? I fainted. Yeah, no, take it. Woo! Ow, my head. I'm okay. Let me climb real quick. No, it's ours. Hands off. Hands off. Hands off. It's our balloon. Yeah, let's go. Whee. Whoa, shit. Help. I'm dead. I'm alive again. Oh yeah. That's right. Don't try me. It's mine. Whee. Go. Go. It's mine. Mine. I don't care about anything. It's mine. Run. Nah, that's my balloon. Get out of here. Let's go. Total domination. Let's go. I'm dead. Oh, I can't bacon. Oh, this game is too much fun. Good job, hell yeah. And Kobo did good. Oh, I mean, what if I just disable this text-to-speech? I can try it. Let me try to disable the text-to-speech real quick. Although I don't know if it's gonna work properly. I'll disable the text-to-speech for now. This one. Gonna pause it. Yeah. Also this, I forgot to open up this one. Yeah. 3 minutes ago. Okay, I'll play one round with subscriber only chat mode on. I'm sorry those who are not subscribing but still here. I will disable the mod real quick after I feel safe from the bot raid. It's kind of cool how the Franker face thing, wind tunnel. The extension tells me if they are like the likely band evader, so it's really easy to see. They're just like trolls. Stay behind the wind gates to stay alive. Oh! you can KS? You can kill steal the windshield? Oh, with a lot of crocodiles? No? Okay. Oh, people have bats. Oh my god. What's high gun like? Oh, is this a free for all? Oh no, it's a team. I'm yellow. Oh, I'm team up with a bot. Why are you disabling the windshield? Oh shit! Oh yeah, oh yeah. Ugh. I got bombed. Wait a minute. I'm just gonna punch. I'm just gonna punch. I'm a wild crocodile. Woo! Ow! Help! Get fucked. Yeah, let's go. I kicked my own teammate. Ow. Hey. Hey, get out. Don't even try it. Bong, 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 bong. Get out. Yay! Sorry, Cheesecake. I have the subscriber only mod on currently because I'm getting bot raided, so I'm keeping it on. I'm keeping it on. Hi, Cheesecake. Hope you're doing good. Hey! No, not like this! Yeah! I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. Let's go. Hey! No, not like this. What are you doing? Hey! Don't, no. Is this gonna be fine by me doing this? Am I gonna be okay? Whoa! Okay, I'm not okay from that. Oh, yeah! Oh, VIP. I think maybe VIP bypasses that. Nice. Oh! The bomb is right beside me. Eek. I want this. I'm awake. Bonk! 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 Wow! I didn't mean to do that. I forgot to stay behind the windshield. Who wants a banana? Oh, my teammate is still there. An AI. They're trying their best. No, bed. They're bullying my bed. My bed's surviving. Oh, damn! What a drop kick! Holy shit! Oh, the bed is good. Oh nope! I said too soon. I said it too soon. Who won? No. Wow. The dropkick is good. Wee. Dropkick. Holy shit! Ah. No, don't you dare! No, don't you dare! No, don't you dare! Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? I'm alive somehow? Let's go. Ooh. Hey man, chill! We need the windshield! We need the windshield! Oh! I'm alive! Let's go! I'm surprised how many game modes there are. Yeah! I know, it's so... Oh, sorry team! No, 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 no! Don't you dare, asshole! Drop kick me. Woo! Wee! Wow! Help. We need the windshield. Alright, chill, 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 chill. We need the windshield. I'm holding the windshield. What are you doing? Oh my god, you asshat. You actual asshat. You're dead. You're dead to me. Nuh-uh. Ow. Oh, thank you. Whoa, but none. Holy shit, I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm holding on, I think. I don't think I can hold on like this. Yeah, no. No. Oh, we won! I won with an AI, let's go! I won with an AI, EG. Everyone's so chill here. No, you blocked my camera!
Hello and welcome.
Macronikita, hi. Oh yeah. I'm sorry I have the... Well, to those who cannot chat in the chat box currently, I have subscriber mode on because I'm being targeted by the bots, so I had the LGBTQ hate bots, so I'm trying to save myself a little bit, so I've enabled the thing. Thanks for the follow, really appreciate you. And also welcome in. Even though you cannot respond, I hope you're doing good. Ooh, buzz ball. I'm gonna try ball. Ball. Throw the ball into opponent's gate to earn points. Doesn't seem too hard. Oh, is it like basketball kinda? Oh, I know these names. I know Samuel and Jachua. The two of them beside me. I know them. We played with them just now in the wind tunnel. This game is so adorable though. Very adorable. Drop kick! My ball! No! My ball! Ah! Oh, the ball will actually explode from time to time, huh? Help! Oh, it's gonna explode. No! It's my ball! It's my ball! No! Ooh, they're good. I was trying to chase them down. Drop kick! Drop kick! Damn, the pig is so good! Look at that perfect execution! Aim for the pig. Drop kick! Nice. Okay, we got the point. We got the point. We got the point. Good shit. Who scored? Oh, a character from Ori scored. Drop kick. Ow, fuck. Help. No, my ball, my ball, my ball, my ball, my ball. Why are you carrying me around? Oh, nice. What a drop kick. Oh, it's gonna explode. What? No! No, 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 no! Oh my god, the pig is so good at controlling! The bacon is so good! I just murdered my own teammate. I am so sorry. I punched my teammate twice. Yeah. Nuh-uh. Oh my god, it's the pig again. Oh my god, it's the pig again. Oh, Zephyr. Yeah, Zephyr cannot type, but the yip, I understand the yip. We yippin'. It's okay, I'll turn it off. I'll turn it off soon. Hi, Nita. I'm sorry, Nita. I have to enable the thing first, real quick.
Hello.
Oh, nope. I guess I cannot disable it yet. Sorry, Nita. Gomenasai. Oh, sorry. I punched my own teammate again. Yeah, the dog is so good, but I'm being dumb here. But just in case, let me ban random names for now. I know they didn't say anything, but I'm gonna do it. There. I think... Ooh, the dog might be our salvation. Woohoo! Wow, we both drop kick each other. Oh, they missed, they missed. No! Nuh-uh, why are you grabbing me away? You want this? You want this? Let's go, we still did it anyway. Nice, 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 nice. So yeah, sorry Nita, but I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Also, konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. I mean, I know you cannot type. I know you cannot message right now. But if you can always yip so that I know that you're here. You know, the yip redeem. Uh-oh. No, the ball! Ah, thank you, Nita. Ah, the ball got in. It's 5 on 5. Oh! Let's go! I did the last one! I was so fast! Yeah! Mine! And then someone saved me! Let's go! What a teamwork towards the end! That is pog as fuck! Oh my god, that is actually pog. Holy shit, I am pogging out of my mind right now. No! I want a picture! This game's fun. Amazing. You're right. Towards the end, the teamwork is impeccable. Right? The last goal. It's perfect. That is like the strongest teamwork I've seen. Ooh, I haven't played hockey yet. Yeah, like you mentioned, this game has a lot more game modes than I thought. I thought it's just gonna be like game beasts where you just like have different maps where you just beat up each other. But no, actually different map has different gimmicks to it. I mean, of course you can still beat people up. Whoa! What? Holy shit! I'm so sorry, Ori. Ow! Shit! Wake up! Oh god! Defend! Oh, what a defend! Holy shit, that was beautiful. No! It's getting in now! Now! Get in! Get in! No, it's so hard! Oh, I got this. I'm out of stamina. That was beautiful. Oh, I'm okay. Ay! Asshead! Wake up! Ugh. Nope. Eek! I kicked myself. I actually kicked myself. No! Nuh-uh. Get in! Go! Oh! That was so close! That was so close! Ow! Oh! Oh! Come on, come on, go! Ay! Nuh-uh. We're defending, we're defending. Let's go! What a punch. Ow! Holy shit, what a drop kick! Good shit. Help! Oh! Oh! Nah! I think I just murdered multiple people. Oh no, I missed. It's hard to control. Nice, good shit, good shit. All the drop kicks. No, 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 no. No! The cat was there to harass the goalie. Yeah, I saw that too late. Ay, shit. I'm a terrible goalie. I'm a terrible goalie. Nah, I'm a bad goalie. Oh. What? Let's go. Oh shit! Not like this. Goalie, goalie. Okay, okay. We have a goalie, we have a goalie. Nah. Oh shit. Should have figured the kitty is gonna harass the goalie. Please grab the shield. Ah! They're bullying the goalie! Ow. You know try the crocodile? You know try the crocodile? Oh shit. Ow. Oh, you only have 2 goalies? Let's go. Asshat. They're 2 goalies. Trying to hit me, asshat? Not that easy. Oh no! Oh, they got me at a very crucial moment. Good shit. I have the subtitle on. I got bonked at the most crucial moment. Goalie is hard. Do we even need a goalie? I think they just all went in. Oh, someone AFK. Someone AFK. Boo! That's not an honor. That's not an honorable goal. We got this. Oh, let's go. It's 4-3 now. Someone AFK now. The rabbit suddenly AFK. Oh, see, that's a nice Godzilla. See that? On the right side just now. Holy shit. I'm still out. Just bonking people. Ow! No! Bring me in! I'm the bottom left. Let's go. Yeah, someone left towards the end. That was kind of sad, but all good. Hockey is fun. I like the ball game. The basketball is a little bit fast. Hockey and soccer is like my favorite currently. I'm gonna wait for a little bit more before I disable the sub only chat. Sorry to all the chatters that cannot chat. Oh, there's a football. Football. No, not the black hole. Oh, football. All right, fine. We're beating people up then. The sub only chat I'll disable. I think I'm gonna keep it enabled for a good while because it seems I'm getting targeted today. So I'll be careful. I don't want to get my channel banned with all the hate speech and everything. Nah, I still like crocodile. I like the crocodile. I want that. Nuh-uh. I'm green. Help. Not like this. Why are you so fast on that shit? Wee! Uh-oh. Grab something. I didn't grab anything! Oh, I grabbed something, okay. Ow! Hey! Holy shit, what a throw! What a throw, man. That was good. Did I just banana the husky just now? Oh, green is not here anymore. Mooncake. Yeah, that's what you get, asshat, for throwing me away, bitch. Yeah, that's right. That's what you get. That's what you get. Oh, that was beautiful though. That mooncake was great. Oh, I have nothing to grab. Let me grab you real quick. Oh yeah. I'm punching people. Why are you trying? Thanks. Oh, I didn't grab anything. I'm doing backhand grab, let's go. I got bombed. I actually got bombed on my way down. No! I got someone. Where's the chain? Oh shit, I didn't grab the chain, really? I tried to grab the chain there. I survived! Ah! Oh yeah, Don't! Oh my god, they're so good. No! No! Come on, throw it. I got the chain, I think. I'm out of stamina. I'm out of stamina. Not like this. Oh man, I dropped first, I think. God, I dropped first. I tried. Wah. The duck noise. Wah. Oh. I got something. Whoa! What a punch. No, 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 you're gonna fail, you're gonna fail. No, 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 no. I think I dodged that one. Why does the pig want me so bad? I didn't grab anything. This is bad. No, I didn't grab anything. Let's go. I got the dog. Hi, how you doing? Where's the chain? Oh, I didn't get the chain. I'm dead. I need to remember where the chain is. Coming for you, asset. What? Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh! Holy shit, how are you so good? Nuh-uh. That's right. That's right. I got the chain. They're trying to aim me with the mooncake. I'm out of stamina. That's impossible. Oh, thank you. Oh, this one, each round rounds a bit. KICC. Uh-oh. I grabbed something. I grabbed something. Hi, how you doing? Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Get punched, get punched. I'm throwing you down. Sorry. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, what are you trying? I'm rolling away. What are you trying, huh? Hey, man. Wow. Whoa. Okay, that was good. Oh, you cannot throw when that black hole activates. Oh, the cat survived. I tried. Did my teammate run away again? How can I check my team? There. Yeah, my teammate ran away again. Oh my god, why is it always my teammate? Mooncake. Whoa, what a bomb. Oh, they just outcall. Wee. Oh, we all got a score. Alright, it's me and my AI teammate. My crocodile teammate. Hey man, I did not throw you down. Oh yeah, 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 you want this? You want this? Oh fuck. Help. Why are you grabbing me from behind? The fuck's wrong with you? Oh shit, what a dropkick. Yeah, the red team hates me now. The red team really hates me now. I mean, to be fair, I did sort of aim for them for a few times. I don't blame them. I mean, I also did this. Oh, I almost did it again. Oh, the cat is safe. My teammate's still there! Go get him, crocodile! Go get him! You got this, crocodile. Oh my god, he's trying his best. He's trying his best. Let's go. No, they're bullying my crocodile! Oh my god, my crocodile, not like this. Oh. I just aimed for my crocodile, I'm so sorry. A bomb there is so mean. Oh, what a bomb. My crocodile? Survive? Yo! My crocodile, let's go! With an AI. Dude, my AI is so OP, holy shit. Ow. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Don't! What are you doing? Uh-oh. No! I got bullied. They hate crocodile now. They discriminate against crocodiles. It's okay. I got you, crocodile. My friend, my crocodile, I got you. What are you doing, asshead? Oh! Nuh-uh. Oh no! Crocodile, no! Yes, yes, yes! Throw him down. Yeah, headbutt. Head teabag them. Headbutt. Go, my crocodile! Yeah! I didn't throw that. That was not me. That was not me. Why are you guys trying to kill my crocodile so hard? Oh. Oh, my crocodile tried. It's okay. Wah. Wah. Not the duck. Wah. Oh. Red wins. Oh shit, it's us and red. The handle. I. Nuh-uh, 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 nuh-uh. You want some? You want some? You want some? No! No! That's right, asshat. You're the one going down. My friend, help me! Help me, friend! Yay, crocodile team. Get them, crocodile. We got this. Yeah, that's right. Whee! Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. What are you trying to do? Drop kick me? Huh? Wah. That's right. Wah. Stamina. I'm gonna grab this one. Hopefully it works. Oh, my crocodile! No, friend! Friend! Why are you aiming for me with the bomb? Uh-oh. Bye-bye, world. What? I got bombed. Oh, Ryuki, thank you for the sub. Nuh-uh. Think I'm gonna get drop kicked? Not today, son. Not today, buddy. Not. No! Crocodile friend, help! That's it. Oh! No! You're not grabbing that! My crocodile friend will survive! Where is he?
Dom, yes, yes. Skibbity dop, yes.
Yes. Thank you, Ryuki. Also, sorry, I have the subscriber chat only on because I'm being targeted by hate bots. You know, the bots just keep saying that I should commit not living because I'm trans. You know, that kind of bot. Peak, how are you doing, Peak? No hard feelings, Peak. It happened just now. Nuh-uh. That's right. You're going down. You're going down. Yeah, crocodile friend. You're going down. Nah, don't hold the chain. I held the chain. Oh, no, not my crocodile friend. Come here. Hey friend, how you doing? Friend? How you doing, friend? Temporal truce? Ow? Need to protect Coco. Oh yeah, you've what a punch. That was good. No. Come here, asshat. Trying to run away from me. I could punch him for my life. Am I holding the chain? I don't know. I'm holding him. I'm holding him. Hey, why did you hold the chain? No, you're going down. Yeah, let's go. I'm still alive. Let's go. Me with an AI. Ichi. Yeah. Just wanna ask you, still going Rockstar now is Tylra? That's a hard one because I think my online would be known as Tylra, but because a lot of people still know me as Droxen, so I'm still not too sure. I mean, as much as I'd love to go with Tylra, I don't know how people are gonna like look at me, you know? Because for the past 12 years I've been referred to as Droxen, Cryptid. But it's only like recent, about last year, that I realized that I'm more happier being called, you know, being referred to as a kobold. Depends on your comfortability. Yeah. I know Rain changed name, but only a few knew her as her own names. Oh, I know Cypherus, right? She don't mind both. Honestly, yeah, I feel like I don't mind both as well. Hi, Shredder. I don't know if I want to disable the subscriber only chat for now. Let me check if there's any like. It was 35 minutes ago. A bot followed, and then proceed to say a bunch of not friendly thing. Thanks for letting you know. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Thanks for respecting my pronouns as well. I big appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna try to disable the subscriber only chat, and if that happens again, I'll just re-enable it. Simple as that. Although I have disabled text to speech because they're abusing that, so yeah, for now I'm disabling it. There, it's back. People can chat now. Yay! Let's see how long this lasts. Hopefully, a long time. Ah. No more. Gonna type fast. Gonna type fast. Welcome back, people. Yeah. Welcome back. Gonna say that I can sub a lot. It's okay. It's okay. Which is why like I totally like respect that, you know, like people cannot sub. It's totally understandable, you know, especially with this current economy situation. Yeah, that's why I always say that I really appreciate people just like hanging around here. I really do. Makes me feel all happy inside. Hockey. It's banned for you because I'm. Oh, you're Russian. You can't sub. Oh, that's new. I didn't know that happens. I like the hockey. Even though I'm still new to all the trans thing as well. It took trouble to realize she's not comfortable with what she was born with. With that, I went in and did all research and more visibility to trans stuff in general. That is actually heckin' amazing, Ryuki. It is so amazing. If you can do that, I'm not gonna be able to talk at all. Yeah, although I have to enable it because just now I was being bombarded with hate speech bots, so I have to do it. I'm sorry. Now let's hope I don't need to do that anytime soon. Yes. I do love talking with my chat after all. Oh, what a kick. Ooh. Ooh. The deflect. I'm in the ground. Ooh, what a punch. Eek. You can just, oh, thank you. It's back. I had a good laugh on watching. Good to know, good to know. This game is really good. Okay, you can be a goalie. Whoa! Goalie, what are you doing? Help! Goalie, not like that. Goalie, goalie, please, goalie, goalie, you're giving me anxiety. Goalie. Ow! Wake up! Oh! Help! No! Golly! Thank you, Golly. Oh! Ah. Whoa! Holy shit! I'm a ball. I'm not awake. Oh, I cannot help. I am not awake. Ooh, what a punch! No.
Hello.
Glow 9, thank you. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Not like this, not like this. Not like this, not like this. Ooh. Whoa, who? Ah! It's so slippery! No, I suck. The strategy score is pretty much have one person being the stuff of the goalie. Yeah, that was so funny. Ryuki, thanks for the gift out to Shredder. Thank you. Oh, the boot. Thank you. Hope you're doing good, Glow. Oh god. I'm not dead yet. Oh, get it over. Oh. Let's go. Look at the dive kick, look at the dive kick. Yeah! That was beautiful. Let's go. Ooh, nice block. Oh, nice. Nice. Hockey lah, hockey. Good game, hockey lah. Why it gives out stinky white flute turn? Because the stinky can now go bad. Yeah. Because the stinky white flute deserved it. For being very nice. Help! Not like this. Oh, what a deflect. Let's go. Deflect. Oh. Geek! Ow! Not like this, not like this. No, 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 no. Oh. The flatty becoming more flat. Oh, the tiger was good. Look at that. Ow! Wake up! Wake up! Okay. Oh, I just kicked someone out of the air. Kicking it! No, you aim it wrong. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Hey! What are you doing? Someone's pissed. Yeah! That was a nice save, that was a nice save. Oh, wow, what a punch. Let's go. Oh, I almost did it. Help. Have a good stream, everything hopefully be okay. Thank you, Shredder. Oh! Oh my god, they're at prime spot. Ooh, what a block. I think I saved it. Nice, nice, nice. Let's go. Peek! 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 I kicked my own teammate. I am so sorry. Someone is so pissed. Ah! Someone is so pissed. I wonder if you can climb and ride the puck. Ooh, never tried that though. But it's gonna be so hard, no? I'm dodging that. Yeah. Wee! Ball, ball, ball. Ball! Ball. Ow! I got mauled by my teammate. We were also aggressive. Nah. Let's go! What a shot! I shot it. That was me. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the perfect shot. Yeah. I'm so good at this game. Oh, someone shot as well. Wow, that was good. Why you keep hitting me, Otter? The other keeps hitting. Yeah. I'm getting bullied. Ooh, yeah, that was a good shot. That was clean. That was clean. That was clean. Also, thanks for stopping by, Shredder. I didn't read all the chat. Help. Ew. Ow! Otter, please! Don't drop kick when there's someone in front of you. I know it's very tempting. Nah, let's go! I deflected that shit. This is the Otter! Look at my deflect, look at my deflect. This is perfect. Look at that, look at that. Yeet. I'm accidentally doing all this good stuff. Drop kick! Ow! Ooh, what a deflect. That was beautiful. Nice, 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 nice. That was hard. I kicked the wrong way. That was my bad. Let's go! Don't let them score! Yeah! Yay! I'm just gonna jump! Let's go! EG! Hockey啦, hockey啦! Oh my god! Oh, what a ball! Oh my god, that's actually beautiful. we got a tiger ball. The Otter also keeps getting launched at each round start. I mean, the Otter is just standing there getting eating the puck. That's what you call it, right? Also, we have a very pissed teammate. He's speaking Chinese, so I can understand everything that he says. Like sabi or ganiyang or all those bad words. Oh man, but this game is so good. I mean, yeah. Oh, I want to play soccer. Soccer is great. Soccer and puck is like my favorite. It's called a puck because if you stay near it, it will puck you. You know what? True, yes. If I stay near it, I'm gonna get pucked up. I like the crocodile. Do you see the shades? That's a really nice shade. Yeet! Yeah. Oh no, someone's an open mic. Ow! Hey, what are you doing? This is not the mode. Hey, this is not the mode. Alright, that's what you want, gorilla. Alright. I missed. That was so bad. Oh, we got this, we got this. I'm going in, I'm going in. Drop kick! Uh-oh. Not like this, roll! Roll! Oh my god, what a shot! God damn, that was beautiful. We got this, we got this. Oh, the gorilla is good. Look at that. Yeah, the gorilla is always good, it seems. Ooh. I'm just trying to kick people, honestly. I'm being found. I'm being exposed. Nah. I'm okay. Drop kick. Sorry. Sorry. I am so sorry. This is a fate of shame. Oh, nah, you trying to beat me up? Nuh-uh. I'm just trying to get it in. Yeah, that's right. Ow! Okay, I deserve that. There was a revenge karma. No, instant karma, that was. What are you doing? Ow! Holy shit, out of my dive kick. Nah. Yeah. Oh. Not like this, not like this, not like this, not like this. Nice, nice, nice. With defending. Oh my god. Punch it. No. No. Punch the ball. Punch the ball. Oh, that was beautiful. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Ooh, nice. Ooh, is that gonna go in? Oh, someone doesn't know how to play. Let's go. Let's go. We have a spy. We have a spy. We have a spy. We have a spy. This a spy exposed. A spy. A mongoose. I know how the boss falls to pieces with his score. Yeah. Oh, I almost sabotaged. Nice, nice, nice. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What? What a drop kick, you asshat. Hey, what do you want? 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 Nuh-uh. Trying to drag me around? Okay, that was one too many, buddy. That was one too many, though. No! I got punched. I got punched. I got punched. Yeah, that was my bad. I tried to defend, but... Oh, wow, wait, there's another spy among us. Ow! Help. Ow. Ooh, oh shit. Oh, sorry. Oh, so I'm the spy this time. I'm an actual spy. No. Oh, we tried. All good. I messed up the last goal. I messed up the last goal. I was the spy, to be honest. I just whacked two of my teammates at once. Hey! I want to be in here. I want to be in here. No! My corpse! No! I get it blocked. Oh, hey! That is actually kind of... I'm there. With my shade still. Everyone just fainted on the camera. Like, how can you not love this game, honestly? This game is anything... This game is everything and fun. They're all sleepy. Again. Oh, let's try basketball. What? I mean, we did soccer already. Basketball is a little fast, but we got this. This one is like basketball. Yeah, this one is like basketball. But one thing I noticed that if a single person hold it for too long, it will actually explode. 三里灵活的狗. A lot of interesting names, huh? Especially the Chinese names. 安寻思. This game is like 62 ringgit well spent, to be honest. Drop kick! Sorry, team. No, what are you doing? Nah. No! Yes! No! I tried twice! Oops. I keep bonking the altar, I feel so bad. I keep bonking the altar. I actually think it starts to explode when two people hold it the same. Oh. Maybe. Or maybe all of those. Alright. I will not do it again. Help! I blocked it for you. Oh god, there was way too many. Yep. Ah! Help! Here! No! Ooh, this boss boy is so intense. I'm flying in. Wee! Uh-oh, I'm down. Oh, that's a free point right there. Holy shit. Damn, they have good teamwork. Let's play defensively. Whoa! What the hell? The ball explodes and shoots it in straight? Wow, that's free. The ball shoots it into the goal. Oh. Oh, sorry. Let's go! That was a nice goal. I'm just holding the ball. It's like, help! Help! Nice, that was good. Don't grab me. Chill. Chill. Ah! I tried to juke them like a rugby game. Ow! The auto. No, me and the auto is so aggressive. We're both too aggressive. We're just punching everyone. It's so fun. Oh shit. Mine. You can have it. No, I have it. Hey! Wake up! Wake up! Thanks. I blocked it for you. Go! Let's go! Teamwork! Let's go. That was good teamwork. Let me punch my own teammate. I actually saved him there. Holy shit. I'm surprised. Oh, sorry. I punched the wrong person again. Oh my god, they got a free goal. No, I suck. I suck. I need to stop punching at round start because I keep punching my own teammate, so. No. Wee. 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 I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. Oh shit. Oh, my cheek hurts playing this game. It just keeps laughing. I don't care if I lose, I'm just enjoying the game. Fuck yeah. Plap plap the electric ball. Hey yo. It's fun, yeah. It's very fun. And I am thoroughly surprised by how many game modes are there. Ooh, I never been to Typhoon. Don't get carried away by water and stay alive. Okay. I'm glad my PC can handle this game, along with all the 3D stuff that's happening. Good to know. I am very bad at throwing people away, to be honest. People can do it so fast, but I cannot. I don't know how. See how fast it is? They just like hold it for 1 second and just like throw it away. Mola, Lanka, Chan Chang, Qi Xiaoya, and I don't know how to read the second one. Gonna love all the Chinese names here. Oh. So this one should speed them up, right? Green. Oh, we're 2 crocodiles. Let's go. Wah! Help! I can still be alive. I'm alive, bitch. You think you got me? You think you got me? You don't. I'm too good. I actually survived that one. Hey! God damn it! I'm trying to survive. Hey, they don't call me a crocodile for nothing. I am water infinity. All right, asshat. Oh. Whoop. Nuh-uh. Just trying to punch you. Okay. Ow! Why everyone trying to throw me? Nuh-uh! Nuh-uh! Don't try it, asshat! Nuh-uh! Get out! It's my turn! My turn! Ah! Not like this. No! It's my turn! Thanks. Ah! Help! 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 I'm a crocodile! Nuh-uh! I'm a crocodile! I'm a crocodile! Gah! What? Okay, that's cheating. What was that? Where's the goddamn author? Whoa! Holy shit! I oh god. I'm a crocodile. Go, 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 go. I'm a crocodile. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, let's go. I'm a crocodile. Climb that shit. Oh, I'm a crocodile. Itchy. Hi, how are you doing? Nuh-uh. Oh! Oh god! Not like this! No! No! Bonk. Backhand drop. Here! Whoa! Holy shit! No! No, 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 no. Wake up. Let's go. I'm a crocodile. I'm a crocodile. Friend! I saw my friend. Meow. Hey, how you doing? What was that? No, no, oh, no, swim, swim, grab something, no, swim. Oh, my friend is still there. Don't worry, friend, I got you. Yeah. Ooh, what a bonk, friend. What a bonk. Let's go. Shit, I missed. My friend just like... my crocodile friend. Hey, hey, stop. What are you doing? No, not my friend. Stop that, asshat. How did it also survive here? Uh-oh. Friend, no! Sorry, kitty. Whoa. Hey, man. Bruh. Goddamn. You're so aggressive. Drop kick! What? Not like this. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, what are you trying to do, huh? What are you trying to do, huh? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Trying to bonk? Trying to bonk? Trying to bonk? Get out. Where's the other one? Yeah! Woo! Drop kick! Hey, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Huh? What do you want? Huh? What do you want? What do you want? Huh? What do you want? What do you want? Oh! That's right, that's right. What do you want? What do you want? Nuh-uh. Trying to get up, trying to get up, trying to get up, trying to get up, trying to get up. Trying to get up, trying to get up. Trying to get up, trying to get up, trying to get up. That's right, that's right. That was so mean. I'm so sorry to whoever those was. Hey, hey, hey! No, 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 no! What are you trying to do, huh? I got swung. Yo, holy shit! No! I'm grabbing. I'm grabbing. Okay, okay. I'm grabbing. I'm grabbing. I'm alive. 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 Oh! I got mauled by a mooncake. Nuh-uh. Whoa! Hi, how you doing? Bitch! No, not like this! I'm gonna win! No. No, what do they mean? Yeah. I cannot grab that. Drop kick. Oh. Drop kick. Whoa. Wait a minute. Drop kick. Nice. Nah. What are you trying to do, huh? What are you trying to do, huh? Trying to get the shovel, huh? Trying to get the shovel? Nah. Trying to get shovel? It's mine. It's my shovel. What are you trying to do, huh? You want some? You want some? You want some? Ah! You want some? Huh? No, nah. What are you trying to do, huh? Not like this. I'm a crocodile. That's right, I'm a crocodile. He's trying my strat. Let's go. No, wake up! Wake up! Let's go! Let's go! We survive! We survive! My friend's still here. Oh! Hey! Fucking mooncake! No! No! I'm trying. I tried to swim. I tried to swim back. I'm a crocodile. I gotta survive. Oh, I have no stamina. Hi, Zoe. I hope I'm not too loud. This is way too fun. Oh, hey. Can I just, like, one last hit? Yeah. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. This stage is fun. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. What do you want, huh? What do you want? What do you want, huh? What do you want? You want me? You want me? You want? You want? You want me? Whoa! Ow. Come on. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the pet. Also, hi Turquoise. Isn't this game adorable? Yes. This game is everything I ever hoped for. There we go. Don't. Don't. Don't you dare. Don't you dare get out. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Get out, get out. Woo! I'm sad because I couldn't chat before. Yeah, I had to make some repercussions because I got raided by I got bot raided. Liatai, hi. So long, Chickenzilla. Thanks to all the eggs. Ooh. My friend is already here. Hi, how you doing, friend? I gotta save you. Yeah. This belongs to crocodiles. Also, thanks for the raid, Liatai. Welcome in. Nah! Don't you dare! Get out! Get out! I got you, friend. I got you. You stay there. You stay there. I just got here, was it? It's Leotide. Oh, Leotide, sorry. Looks very ganky, so and also, yeah, this game is fun as hell. I'm sorry, give me a moment. I'm gonna do all the proper shoutouts and everything, yeah? Hey! Hands off. Wait a minute. Help. Whee. Hey! No! Well, I have time now. Ow. Was doing the dishes, what I missed? Not much, but the new raid from Leotide. What were you playing? Thanks for the raid. Oh, you're playing Minecraft? Nice. How was Minecraft? Also, I have a bunch of friends here. Oh, the Raph, hi. And Oshi, hi. I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. And also this one. Hopefully Minecraft was good. Minecraft, it was cozy. Raph and Oshi sent me this way. Oh, thank you. What are you trying to do, hunt dog? I am so sorry, doggo. Hope you're doing good. Congrats on the new name, thank you. It did took a while for me to like decide to change the name entirely, so yeah. Oh, we have to destroy yellow. No, they cannot get up. We're just destroying yellow. Now I expect the kid snipe. Yeah, that's the thing. Also, I'm glad you enjoyed Minecraft. Oh yeah, also, I forgot about the raid thing. So, thanks again for the raid, Leotide. Also, welcome in everyone for the raid. My name is Tylra. That is Tylra. Right, I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I love dragons a lot. So, yeah. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Drag the dog is hidden behind an antenna. Really? Ah! Whoa! Help! Wake up! Wake up! Grab! Yeah, yeah, that's right. Can I just like hide here? Can I just hide here? Nah, I like to punch things. Hi, how you doing? You! Come here. Drop kick? Oh. Where's my friend? Drop kick? What? Oh, my friend? Nah, what are you trying to do with my friend? Oh, sorry, friend. Oh shit! That was karma. That was karma. That was karma. Like the dragons a lot indeed. Yeah, I cannot hide it. Dragons are great. Oh my god, there's still so many people. Nah, it's my place. My turf! Get... Hey, what are you doing? Not in public like this. Not in public? Ah, help, friend! No, friend, not like this. Friend, don't worry, friend. Don't. No! No! I'm swimming! I'm swimming! Oh, I almost stamina. I almost stamina. Oh, too bad. That was fun. The corgi got tossed Uncle Phil style. Odds and Crocs had an unfair advantage. I still lost. I'm just trying to take friend. No. Hey, look at that. I am just asleep right there. Don't worry about it. Oh shit! This game is too addictive. I cannot stop. Crocodile chillin'. Yeah, that looks mega chill. I like that. I wanna play more. See, I've been called out yesterday. Someone in the chat said that I'm gonna. Okay, before. Yesterday I mentioned that I'm gonna be playing this for a bit before playing more Baldur's Gate 3. And then someone said that yeah, I can foresee like me, the kobold right here, just plays this game for a whole day. I think it's gonna happen. And I think it's currently happening. I like the croco. I mean the other ones are kinda cute. The dinosaur is kinda cute, but the eyes I don't like it. Like I still think croco top tier. There's Bunai. Unicorn. Wait. Husky. Nah, I like crocodile. Maka baka.
왜 다 울어?
Oh, we have.
일로 와,
Hey.
일로 와, 일로 와, 일로 와, 일로 와.
你怎么要打我？
일로 와, 일로 와.
怎么要打我？你不爽我？怎么这样？ They are shouting my name. I don't like it. They're like Tylra, Tylra. in the most Chinese fashion ever. Friend, help, friend. The owl is just like Tylra. I'm scared. Wee. Oh, you asshead. You wanna go? Huh? You wanna go? That's right.
야,
You wanna go?
야. 일로 와봐, 너 일로 와봐. 만만해 보인다, 일로 와봐.
Hey, no. This is my box. Teenage Mutant Hero Croc. Let's go. Uh-oh, I think I'm going in. Let's go. G-Force. Oh no, friend. No. How dare you? That's my frame we're talking about. Get out of here. Let's go, friend. Oh.
아유, 진짜. 그래.
Hey, how you doing, friend? Hey! Don't! What you doing, huh?
일로 와봐, 일로 와봐.
You want this? You want some? You want? Ah! Damn, the quack is too strong. Well, help! Let me grab something. Hi, friend. A turbo goose. Oh yeah, the goose is strong. Whee! Alright, I forgive. Huh! Oh yeah, you wanna go? Ah! Alright, fine.
아이, 미안해.
Ah, 미안해. Hey, asshat, what you doing? Huh? Get juked.
일로 와봐.
Hey, no bully. Get up.
미안해.
Friend. Friend. Friend, no, friend.
괜찮아.
Oh yeah. You wanna go? Get out. What? You wanna go? Huh? No, not like this. Wait. Don't. Ah! No. I got sniped by mooncake. The cake. Nah, I'm juking. You want this? You want this? You want some of this? You want some of this? I'm juking. No! Don't be afraid, I'm gonna hurt you, Bunai. You're fine, Bunai. Grab the chain, what are you doing? Help! Help me, Bunai. I'm so sorry. Ow! Holy shit, what a punch! Oh.
와, 일로 와.
Oh, this guy's good. What a throw, that was so good.
걔 언제 죽었어?
He's gonna drop the bunai.
아이, 진짜.
Oh, we have a Korean. No wonder I hear like 미안해. No, friend! It's your fault.
말한다, 진짜.
They got bombed. I'm so sorry. Well, who won? Oh, the duck survived. We have a Korean. The owl is Korean.
좋아.
어?
같은 새끼요. 나도 불이 있어.
나도 불 있어. No wonder they speak my name like some sort of a weird way. How you doing? Oh my god!
아,
Help!
치킨이야. 나 치킨이야.
Uh, uh. Help! I cannot stay awake. I have a shovel. I'm running away. Help! I got a barrel. My friend. Barrel friend. Where's my team? Nice, okay. Hi, Banai. Banai. Drop kick! I'm punching this Korean. Whoa! Damn. Nah.
미안해. 아, 미안해.
Too late. You cannot say sorry after that shit. They just went 미안해. Oh, I slipped on the banana. No, grab something. I grabbed the box. There's a bomb there. Ah. It's fine. It's the bunai left. Alright. You want this? You want this? You want this? Nah. You want this? No. You don't get this. You don't get this. You don't get this. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Nah. Help. I'm in the black hole. Woo! Oh, we all got a point. Oh, hi, Jane.
열심히 좀 해봐.
Oh yeah? You want to do this again? Don't you dare hear Biane afterwards, you bitch. Ah! Combo play yourself? I totally did. I'm holding nothing, this is bad. But the first one is fine, I think, yeah. Oh yeah, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? I'm not about prejudice. Ow!
그래, 저 일로 와.
Oh.
그래.
No!
아,
No! Ah. I tried. Brunei wins by doing nothing. That's a pro strat, honestly. Look at that. The Brunei just staying safe right there.
좀 해봐.
Hi, there's a bomb right there. Explosion. Oh, the rabbit almost got bombed. The rabbit got squished. Oh, I'm blocking it. Yeah, rabbit got squished. I'm saving my mooncake. Oh. Wait, did the dog survive down there? No, right? I think the dog survives down there. You see you see a little yellow? Oh, that's pro gamer strat. I cannot believe it. I think the dog survives down there.
아이고, 아이고.
Yeah, the dog is still there. That's pro gamer strat. What do you mean?
이게 뭐해?
Oh, I missed. Oh, nice! What? The bunny got sniped. No way. I think yellow team wins. The dog is still there. You saw that, right? The dog is still there. There's actually pro gamer strat. I cannot believe it. Who wants some?
오케이.
Who wants some?
이게 죽은 거야?
Hey, what you want? Huh? What you want? What you want? What you want? What you want? What you want?
아유, 세상.
I tried. Ah! Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh shit. Ow.
일로 와, 거 일로 와.
No.
야, 너 내가 도와줬더니 너.
The Korean.
어.
Oh, my friend is not here anymore. Oh, two of the yellow team is still here. Shooting the sky while breakdancing. Yeah, that's cool, right? That's a new gamer strat. Oh, so blue and green is fine. I need to destroy the bunai. Yeah, destroy the bunai. Yeah, that's right. I gotta aim for the bunai. Ayo, bunai? Oh, sorry. I tried. I cannot aim for the bunai. No, the bunai is too good. Okay, they grab hold of something. I think that's still alive. Oh. Picking the side of the owl. Get shit on. Dog, grab the ring. That's not gonna save you. The Brunei knows. Oh, they won. The Brunei won. Oh, oh, the owl stamina. Maybe? Come on, dog, you got this. Doggo! Don't go. Let's go. We still have a chance. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Huh? What do you want? What do you want? Whee!
이거 좀 어떡해.
Oh!
아유 진짜. 아유. 왜 이런 거? 가.
Ow!
아, 나 진짜.
Airborne fight.
아, 나 진짜. 야, 요즘 아니지 않냐, 진짜로. 진짜. 나 진짜.
Oh, are you holding me? You're holding me.
넌 뭐해 또?
I saw you destroying my friend, you little shit! No, friend! I got the chain, I got the chain. Don't wake up, don't wake up,
아,
don't wake up.
야.
I got you, I got you.
아, 나 진짜.
Oh shit!
나 먹을래.
That thing is too strong.
아. 아.
Oh! The
yeah.
bomb is there! I need to survive, I need to at least try to survive. Oh no! Aw, the bunny got lucky. You Korean? It's bunnies too. You know what? Yeah, bunnies are lucky. Ah, this game is fun. my friend just getting bullied all I feel like my friend just getting bullied all match. I feel bad for my friend. By friend I mean my teammate. The dino, that one. The one that I'm blocking. They're just getting bullied. By the blue team. The goose and the dog. You can't chop the out in the back in the picture. You are right. I am saving this to the album. How much can I save to the album? This game is perfect. Perfect. Good game. Oh, hockey. I like hockey even though I haven't seen Fluffy Redemption yet. Nice. See, people like hockey. Beat the hockey into opponent's gate to earn points. I karate chop the Korean girl. Hiya. And shields can deflect incoming hockey. Oh, that's what shields do. So I guess I don't need to press anything? What did I say? Uh-oh. What I do? What I do? What I do? Oh my god, the Garfield is so cursed, that one. You. Wee. Nuh-uh. Yike. T, what are you doing? Not like this. Wake up. Garfield. Oh, Garfield Pro. Let's go, Garfield. Oh, Garfield. Damn, Garfield OP. I body blocked it. Let's go. Party kobolds. Yeah, this game's so good. I saw you play this game, Nita, and then I was like, yeah, I have to play this. I get done with fucking point extraction mission and DRG here saying chop up the corn. No! Karate chop! Whee! Ugh. Woo! That was a good punch. Ow! Hey, duck! I'm yours. I'm on your side. Let's go, Garfield. I'm on your side. Nice. Wow! Oh god. Ooh, nice Garfield, nice. Ooh, Garfield is so good. Oh, I punched the wrong way. I'm so sorry. Ow! I messed up. I messed up. I'm just blocking the ball. The puck. The duck sound gets me every time. But it's for a French pop culture reason, a bit long to explain. Making sure a character of the show had the duck sound as a computer error sound. Really? That's kinda cute. Oh, free! Weed! Oh wow, that's a goal right now. The goose! The goose is destroying our whole teammate. Oh shit. Oh my god. I'm awake. Ooh. Get whacked. Oh! Oh my god, did I actually just like die from this? I cannot punch it. Oh, that was a strong punch. Nice. Yeah! Let's go! Drop kick. The geese is sleaze. I punched that one and then punch again. Chill, goose, chill. Oh, sorry. Wah. Wah. Oh, welcome back, Ryuki. Did you cook something nice? I supported! Yeah! Whee! Oh, that was mean. That was so mean. Let him cook, as the kids say. I was cooking hard. Look at that. Look at my cook. I was cooking. Budget student dish, burger patty and rice. I mean, simple but good. Bonk. Uh oh. Punch it. Hey! Ow! I'm on your side. Oh, thank you, Shark. Thank you. Let's go. Is it only French pop culture? Yeah! I want to take a picture! I will take a picture. Ah! I just woke up my where. Ah, fuck. This game is so good. Percival Silver Dragon, hi. I've been booped. How you doing? Dumb. How is that getting automated? I'll allow that. It's okay. There's some serious side duck vibes from this dumb duck face. That one? I mean, it's duck. I can get that. Ow. How are you doing, Percival Silver Dragon? Welcome in. Yeah, I am mad addicted to this game. The big empty eyes and permanent stupor. I never played football before. Football? 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 No, football. Stay away from the poison cloud and stay alive. Oh, I think this is like the classic stage, right? It's not instant death on the poison cloud. You can still like sort of survive, I think. This is the only stage in the demo, I believe. No confusion. Sounds about right. Sounds like Psyduck, alright. Doing okay? Nice, good to know. Too real. 大浪扑来我翻身。小鱼要早点睡。What's with the Chinese names? He's telling people to go sleep earlier. I'm your teammate. Chill. Help. I'm awake. Don't punch me. I'm on your side. Drop kick. Drop kick. Ow. Oh my god, the Dian has like the hammer. What are you trying to climb, huh? Wee! Oh, it's a gorilla again. Get sicked! Oh, sorry. I save you, friend. Oh, what? Woo! Where do you think you're going? Nice, we got him. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? What you trying to do, huh? Oh! Nice! We got this. Drop kick! Drop kick! Ah! Friend, help! Friend! Get the chundy gorilla! Hey! Good job. Get out. The gorilla is too strong. Excuse me. Get punched, weird. Holy shit! I got ninjured. Hey! No! Ow! I'm alive. Oh wow! Okay, that was actually good. I deserve that. That was actually good. It's a shame you can't eat those cakes everywhere. Seems like a waste. Yeah, mooncakes is delicious. The bomb seems good here. Whee! Oh. Oh, combo! You got this, friend. Oh, the friend is so good. The friend is so strong. Oh, stinky is Silver Dragon. Oh, it's the poison gas setting in. Oh. Oh wow! What a swing! We got this. Drop kick. Drop kick. Ooh, I'm not. Whee! Hey man, what do you want from me? No. You troy me, huh? Yeet. 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 Uh-huh, nuh-uh. Yeet. What? Boom. Nuh-uh. What are you trying to do, huh? That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Holy shit. Yeah. It's my weapon now. Can I have it? Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Oh my god, it's a bomb! Where's the gas coming from? Oh! Hey, no! Yo. Wow, you're just staying inside the gas? Oh, they won. Oh, they're so good though. Drop kick. Here! Drop kick. Oh, jeez. Ow! And Battle Royale rules, I guess they just beat the shit out of everyone. Nuh-uh! What? Help. Help. Oh, hi Nanok. Wow, holy shit, I'm dead. Wow, that was such a good swing. Hello Nanok. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. What does Go Full Malaysian Chinese do? 他让我讲这样的华语给你们听咯，8分钟。That is but the taste of how my Chinese is. I'm actually Chinese, so yeah. hypnotized. Oh, are you gonna... Oh! Hi, Pinky. 被我催眠了嘞。是不是要给我钱了嘞？现在啊，是不是要扫我的钱了？Hello, Pinky. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I need to help my friend. 我要帮我的朋友才对。bomb 来啊！看没有 bomb 吗？哦，bomb 要等很久才会爆炸哎。月饼，鬼变，鬼变。Oh wow! What a swing! Holy shit! Damn, they're good. Hope you're doing good, Pinky. No, sorry, friend. Oh! Oh! I'm okay. Drop kick. Drop kick! Fatey! 没流氓这种东西肯定打到你，被打去就对了。你转，你转。哦，你能够转几次？来来来。哇！哎，帅。OK 啦，这种东西。飞机，对啊！哎，我死啦！你是有不高啊？啊！朋友多龍。哦！哎，我老爺那個哦，我幫你，我幫你，我幫你。哦，我这想把他打掉而已。水。哇！那个 bomb 在那边真是太坏了。哇，这样不是我们。I really like the melodic sound Malaysian Chinese even if I don't understand it. I mean, it is Chinese. My Malaysian Chinese is by all means not formal, so it might sound a little different from like the actual Mandarin. It's a little different. Actually, it's a lot different. Hey man, what are you doing? Huh? Bullying my teammate, huh? I see what you're doing. Fucking gorilla. Oh, sorry. There's a bomb, there's a bomb. Bonk! 我老，你要打，来！喂！等一下嘛，不要这样嘛，真是不小心捶你几拳一脚啊！朋友，妈呀呢，我接几条嘞，我死了。Okay, all good. Friend, please, you killed me. My friend actually killed me. Buddy, I'm already dead, gorilla. You deserve that. I'm blocking what's happening. The gorilla is like trying to get me. You 叫我赢啊！你把我打死了，我跟你讲。对的哦，帅，就是这样一刀马上过去给他醒。Damn, I steal that redeem idea. Oh, that'll be nice. I always love seeing people speak their native language. It's so interesting to listen to. What you want? 我报告你啊！小树王，还有你。 诶，好好来，好好来。呜呼！哦，哦，不是我，不是我。哎，我表演那个拳头够硬哦。哦，那啊，打我朋友没有问过我先，没有问过我先，孩子，不要好好来哦。喂，小心我爆高你们两个，别过来。啊 ！No， 没呀你。Okay, I'm fine. Get down! Wee! Oh yeah? You go? 来呀来呀！我搞啊来呀来！别怕嘛，这种东西啊！我还好，我还好。对，好好来，好好来，好好讲话，好好讲话，不要讲，好好讲话，好好讲话，好好讲话。喂！哎，你那个铁锤是很帅哦。哇！哇！好咯 ，OK 咯。妈的，你这样fin一下，我直接飞5 km 远哦，也没有话讲了。Is the gorilla winning? 哦，我们很努力，很努力啊。Oh, hi, Miss. Hi again, Solar Dragon. 看吗了？你要看什么？照片什么？照片什么？照片什么的？照片什么的？走开！哎，狗力的，不要这样啊！总之把全部人打高先呢，再讲。哎呦，太好玩了！这个 game 我真是被大喊了。Subtitles are having fun. Yeah, it usually happens when I start to speak Chinese and then the subtitle is like, yep, I'm out. 这个多久？三个小时18分钟。很好玩的，不过玩久啊会有一点累。Oh, no more Chinese. So I play this game for about 3 hours and 18 minutes. It's fun as hell, but it does get tiring afterwards because it's like very high energy. But oh my god, this game is great. Oh, that's a new one. Winter is coming, and also safety afloat. Haven't seen that one before. Don't get pushed away by waves and stay alive. Oh, there's water. There's water. My PC is gonna drown. Drowned by the performance issues. Croc advantage. I'm actually cheating. Ow. Oh yeah, you want some. Holy shit, how are you so good? No! I'm gonna swim. Don't care. Where's my teammate? Oh, my teammate is a I got bombed. Bombed and plungered. I can't get up because of the plunger. Wah. I'm out of stamina. I cannot get up because no. Okay, so I'm with the Darth Vader penguin. Whee! Hey! I'm on your side, buddy. Ow. I got destroyed. I mean, of course, no accidents happens all the time with this game, but how dare they? Here comes the bomb. Rip Popo. Popo getting bullied. The mooncake. Oh wow, green is so good. Need to aim for green. Hey yo. Aim for green! Whoa! I got killed by momentum. I actually got killed by momentum. Whee! Sorry, friend. Holy shit, that kills! Yeah, green is too good. Oh, yeah, green is too good. I cannot believe that one hit just kills me outright. Whee! Hey, I want a camera. I want a camera. No, I'm getting blocked. Getting blocked. That round was too fast. The green team was too good. Oh man, wait, look at the picture of that dino. I didn't save that one. Beat up bridge, broken arrow. I haven't seen beat up bridge. People like broken arrow a lot. Paste the duck. It's the perfect picture. It's the perfect chaotic picture that we all want. People like the stage, don't they? Yeah. Jade! Oh my god, thank you, Jade. Thanks for the subscribe.
Pack you less than 3.
Pack you less than 3. I'm getting packed, ED. Wow. Thanks for the subscribe. Thank you, Jay. Bonk? Yeah, that was a hard bonk. 让你扎到，斑斑，你是活该。The golden pig's name 你是活该。Bug. That's a good name. Whee! Where's my team? Who's my teammate? Why are you head banging? Ow! Holy shit, you're so good! I'm alive still. How the fuck are you so good? No, save me! Thank you. Nah! Oh, let's go! Packed real good. Woo! That did not just happen. That totally did not just happen. No, don't clip that. Actually, yeah, clip that. It's fine. round start, fucking dive kick, just dip. Oh, my friend's getting bullied by other points. Get him! Bonk! Bonk! Get bonked my heckin' mooncake. Let's go, Ultra Friend, you're so strong, you're so good, Ultra Friend, go! Oh no! I missed my mooncake! Friend! Ah! My friend is surviving, my friend is surviving. I cannot change the camera angle. Ooh. Oh no! Don't! No, friend! It's so hard to aim. Ooh, that crocodile is good. Oh! Bruh, not like this. Think you're good, think you're good, think you're good. That's right. Asshat. Ah! It's okay, I forgive you. No, friend. The friend's just trying to help, I get it. Holy shit, how do that so consistently? Oh, I'm dead. Holy shit, that dog is pissed. That dog is mega pissed. Yeah, get that dog. Get that dog, bro. Oh, good job, friend. Avenge me. Oh, it's a one-on-one. No, friend. Ah, friend made a mistake. I'm not letting you do that again. Yeah, nice. Oh, sorry. Why me? I love everyone. Come on. Oh shit! You deserve that shit. You little shit. Nice. Oh my god, that's a really good weapon. Uh-oh. All good, don't worry about it. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Damn, that guy has no gaming experience. I feel bad. No, wake up! Not like this. Yeah. Woohoo! Oh, I was fooling. Clipped in 4K, posted on social media. Wow. I mean, honestly, speaking on a non-joking point, that's actually helping me promote my channel. I appreciate that. But speaking of joking point, nah. Don't! No, my friend! You. Damn, this dog is good. Oh my god, that dog is so good. Social media as in your Discord because I don't use any other one. That's also really good. Honestly, any clips that people clip on my channel, it just helps, honestly. Although not random clips now. You know, those like accidental random clips. Those are the different story. Okay. What is happening? Oh, green one. Oh, good shit, good shit. Me and my teammate is just, me and my friend is just like very aggressive play. Where am I? Oh my god, I'm getting blocked. Fuck. My cheek actually hurts playing this game. It's so good. Yeah, I want to play more. I want to play a lot more. Too fun. Also, the game found is so fast. Soccer. I mean, I haven't played Winter is Coming before, but I like soccer. Oh! Keep close to the bonfires to stay alive. Ooh. Did you just saw a dragon or what? Staring at open mouth? Yeah. I spy with my little eye a dwackum. But I was just drinking water. Go to bed. No, I want to play more of this game. Hi Bailey. I want to play more stuffed animal game. That's a really nice cabbage dog. Oh, am I cold? Which one is my friend? I'm red. Ugh. Oh! That's a bomb right there. Hey! Not like this! Ah! No, I'm too cold. I haven't seen my teammate yet. Eat a polar bear? Yeah. The very beautiful polar bear. Oh, the cabbage dog is my friend! Oh, oops. I think I aimed at the cabbage dog for a little bit. Oops. Too cold? I thought you were kobold. Maybe both. Too cold. Dang, they're really surviving here. Oh, here comes the bomb. The bomb is too far. Cold bold? Cold bold. Oh. Oh, the bonfire is gone. Only left with one bonfire. Oh, they won! They're for the same team. Bong. Speaking of code, what's back to DRG? Okay. Have fun with DRG, Jade. Oh my god. Help me, friend. You play with the Cobalt mod? Yeah, the Cobalt mod is made me wants to play Deep Rock Galactic, honestly. Uh-oh. Ow! The fucking mooncake! No, not like this. Hey! Whoa! Where did that bomb come from? Oh no, I'm gonna be cold. No! Yeah, I tried. I wanna have fun in DRG, but why? DRG good. That bomb was murder. That bomb just immediately exploded. Someone hold it, someone hold potato. Oh, my friend's still alive. Oh. Go, friend, go. Oh, careful about the bomb. No, friend. Friend, no. Oh, friend's alive. Let's go, friend. Oh my god, it's so hard to aim. What's the, how the fuck am I supposed to? Oh, what a punch, friend! I cannot see. Uh oh. Oh, nice. Oh no, the cabbage is on fire. Because I hate little phage and there's a lot of little phage dish recently. Yeah, fair enough. With the season 4 critical thing, right? Yeah, the blue rabbit knows how to hot potato it. Dive! Wow! What a dive kick, that one. Like DRG until they added new mission time and the balance changes. Either plus some additions. I'm sorry, friend. I was reading chat, so I wasn't reading. I wasn't looking at you. Dive kick! Ow. Look, I'm just doing dive kicks, alright? I'm just doing dive kicks. Stop! Stop! In the name of law, stop! Nice, thank you, friend. You're the best. Don't wake up! Yeah. Woohoo! No, I didn't mean to run out. I tried. New mission types, they balance changes which are idiotic, plus some additions they had to reverse due to everyone hating them, so I haven't even played with the new weapons. I hung my pick a long time ago. Ah, I see. I mean, I still enjoy the game because there's kobolds in there. I'm a very simple woman. You give me dragons, you give me kobolds, I'll play the game. Oh, friend. Oh no, friend's cold. No, 神奇小吞吞. I'm just gonna throw a bomb. Boop. Roll it back. Oh. Oh, the bomb. Whee! Bong. I actually sniped the bunny. I sniped the bunny. We got this, we got this. Woohoo! Sorry, friend. I was trying to run away from you. Oh! Can I stay alive for 2 seconds? Not like this. Wow! No! No. Dragons and or kobolds is everything a game needs. I know I seconded that. Can I second that again? My friend got this. My friend is so good. I'm gonna throw a banana there. Oh, my friend's back. Whee. Oop. I don't know, I need more than that. Better pick it back up. Ooh, like nice wolves. I don't know, I just love dragons and kobolds. Give me that, I'll play your game. Easy. Is my friend still alive? Oh, my friend's gone. Pushin look bugs. Is that a bug? Is that a sorry, not bug, is that a mod? Pushin look bugs. All the bombs. Blue wins? Oh, blue is so good though. Ow! Yeah, that's right. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. You need more skill than that. You need more skill than that. Careful, friend. No, they throw my friend away. Holy shit, that's so good. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Ow. Where did I throw them away to? Ugh. Ow! Nuh-uh. Oh. I'm stuck. I cannot punch them. Whoa! Fuck, how are they so good at throwing? No. I'm bad at throwing. I'm alive, I'm alive. Let's go. Never give up. What? No, did I lose first? Crap. Woohoo! Bonk. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You want some? You want some? Holy shit, what a drop. Whoa, what a drop kick. We're just punching. Woohoo! I didn't see the bomb there. I'm weak, I'm weak, I'm weak. Go, 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 go. Get kicks. Woohoo! Punch! I'm angry! I will become the strongest skater! Punch! Yee. Woohoo! No, I dive kicked too far, I think. I dive kicked too far. They need more birds in there? True. I think there's only like an owl in here. Oh, and a duck. An owl, a duck, or goose, I think? Come on, we can let blue win. Ow. Oh, blue won. We tried. Both duck and goose, right? It's a hybrid. Woohoo! Woohoo! Yeah. Ow! Ow! That's my belly. I have my belly. Oh, the cabbage dog is absolutely adorable. I assume that one is like gonna be a real currency one. Duke has a flat beak. The goose has a pointy one. Oh, no wonder when goose pecks it hurts so much. So that's why. I haven't played this one before. The safety afloat. Oh, I played this one. Oh, this is fun. And geese have teeth too? Oh! Do birds normally have teeth? Also, I played this one, I forgot. This one is fun. Just grab the balloon and run. In real life, a duck and a goose have similar beaks. Oh, okay. I don't have much about avian knowledge, to be honest. Is that cheesecake? You guys see cheesecake? Is that cheesecake? Wowee. Cheesecake is stream sniping. Nah, that's not. I don't think that's the cheesecake. I'm in the heckin' Asia server. I'm with cheesecake. Go. Ow. Oh, sorry, that's my own team. I just punched my own team. Yeah, I deserve that. It's all good, all good. Oh, good. Hey, holy shit, the duck is so good. Quack. No, I didn't hold. Am I gonna revive? Yay! What you want now? What you want? I tried to dive kick Garfield. Dive kick! No! Ah, it's this, it's this. Ow. I'm dead. Wee! Careful! I'm trying not to punch too much. I got it, I got it. Guys, I got it! Make way, make way. Oh god. Make way. Wah. We're just all grabbing Garfield. Nah, it's mine! It's mine! Thank you. Wah. Careful, careful. Ah! What a dive kick. Woohoo! Wah. This Garfield's so good. Ah! The duck is so good as well. Oh, we got it, we got it. Ow! Yeah, nice. Good shit. Ow! Itchy. Get dive kicked. Yeah. Ah, this game's too fun. Yeah, let me finish game real quick. I want to see what can I buy. Oh, bacon avatar. Cookies. Watching. Got bacon. More cookies. I got Nemo bucks. Egg coin? Surprise eggs? Oh, egg coin. Let's save 10 egg coins then. I have 19k cookies. Can I buy pink? Pink cocoa! Yeah. Yay! Pink cocoa, butt scratch. Oh. Pink cocoa. the pink just looks like white, to be honest. Oh, wait, can I have, like, pink... This one. Oh, kitty! Oh, kitty. Oh, I can get real currency by leveling up. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. Because I'm still a little surprised by a game that costs 62 ringgit has even a little bit of microtransactions. But I think this I can excuse because I can still earn money in game, so yeah, all good. Oh yeah, I forgot. How do I change the icon? Here? Oh, I have low frames. I can have plunger. Plunger frame. Punch in. Oh, these are achievements. Oh, I already did all the weekly challenge there. I'm not addicted, I assure you. But this game does feel very tiring playing for a long time. Soccer. Lollipop Factory. I never played that one though. It's okay, I'm willing to try new things. Carry candies back to base to earn points. Oh! Hey look, it's Fall Guys. But cute. Oh, that's so much to do. Oh god. This is gonna be so chaotic. And they have the big one. Pink cocoa. I have the pink cocoa.
我靠，这兔子怎么一身装的？兔子是那个中秋节。
So many people from China. The Chinese is so formal. Going. Ow, the bomb. Ow. You want some? Ah. Wah. Oh, the auto just hates me. Got him.
我一脚。挡住，别想把挡住。别让他们抢了。
You want some? Don't you dare, you little shit. No!
他这个哎，抓错人了。完了，我被败了。我去帮你抢。
Oh! No, we need a big one!
哎呦我操！我被干了一把。
Ow.
开！快开！我保住了！兄弟们来入坑！我一个人带不动他。哎妈！
Go, go, go! Go, it's ours, it's ours! Let's go! Yeah, let's go! We're just stealing candies, we're just stealing the big ones. Woohoo! No, I want a picture. Hey, oh, that's good. Look at that. I'm in the picture perfectly. You know what? That's a golden triangle right there. If you draw a golden triangle, perfect angle. Where I'm at. Where I'm at. Look at that. Oh, sorry. The sound effect, the sound alert. I muted it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I can play it again for you. Sorry, Ion. But thank you for the 20 bits. I muted the sound alert because just now I was being bombarded by hate speech bots. You know, just tell me that I don't deserve to be here because I'm trans. Those kind. But I took care of them, although I have to mute something, so yeah, sorry about that. But hi, hope you're doing good. I'm gonna play more. Yeah, I'm gonna play more. I got hit by those just now. Oh, when I start the stream, yeah. They were abusing the text to speech, so I have to like mute them, and then I have to enable subscriber only chat for a bit to stop them from like, you know, saying the things that might get my channel banned. I'm okay, so no, I should be the one that's sorry about that, Ion. It's okay. Still had to deal with them. Yeah, it seems that there's the new kind of bot raid, huh? Can it become big? I can. Alright, let me block the screen real quick. I can still play the game. Whoa! Holy shit! What do you have against me, dude? Nice. Okay, I'm back. I'm small again. I'm your friend! Dude, we are the same color. Don't do that. Oh yeah, you want some? You want some? You want some? Hmm? You want some? Get out. Yeah. Nah. Yeah. Not like this. Hey. Don't you dare. I'm getting splashed away, trying to get out. Hi, Night Carnage. Whoa! The fucking the mooncake! Not like this. Big Kobo? Big Kobo. Yeah, big Kobo. I have no stamina no more. You changed the name, going to listen to you while I sleep. This looks fun too. Alright. Have a good sleep, Night Carnage. And yeah, I changed name. Now I am a real Kobo. No weapon for everyone. Woohoo! Wait a minute. Hey, yo, what do you want? Oh, shit! Ooh, red means business. Okay. No! Not like this! Nah. Where's my friend? Why do I feel like my friend is non-existent? Oh, wow. Gonna aim for the beak. Oh, I threw too far. Oh, hi Merp. Oh my god, hi. Yep. The picture's getting aimed. How you doing, Merp? The best board. How you doing? Okay, I wanna do this. How's the Merp doing? Kobo get pet. Kobo get pets. Always. Go follow Merp. Merp has like the peak Kobo energy, which I aspire to have, but I don't think I have that kind of energy. I'm more of a chill Kobo, but yeah. Merp is like good Kobo. You have power. Oh, you totally do. I believe in you 100%. Bomb. Hey. Wee. Nuh-uh. There can only be one croc. Merp's Merping Crusade. Yeah. Oh yeah? You want it? You want it? You want it? Yeah, that's right. Get juked. There's a plunger on. There's a plunger behind you. Ow! Oh, I'm gonna get blown away. Just want to get the odds. Oh yeah? You want some? You want some? You want some? Ow! Oh my god, I actually died to it.
Hello.
Theo plays. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Ow! Can I use this? Ooh. I think I just yeet at my own friend. No. What? Not like this. I think I destroyed my friends multiple times. I feel bad. I'm so sorry, friend. Yips at the lovely Kobo lady. Oh, thank you. Yips are good. Welcome in. Quack. Hey, don't. I saw what you're doing there. That's right, that's what you get. Hey, this one looks fun. Who wants some? Who wants some? Spin. Come here. Come here. You're gonna get smacked. Oh. I got greedy. Tylra bleb blip it chat? Wow. I mean, blab is good. Hell yeah. I like blab too. Just took a little bit. Oh. Oh shit, that's not me. Oh yeah? You want some? You want... Nuh-uh. Hey, let go. Oh my god! Supposed to aim at the fucking dog, no! I'm gonna swim. I'm a crocodile. Yes! Yeah! Kobo smash? Oh, you know Murph? Nice. Murph is such a wonderful bulb. I always enjoy looking at Murph's channel whenever I can. The energy is like just right. Oh my god, that actually kills me. The shovel is too strong. Don't mess with the don't mess with the shovel. Hey, who's that trying to get up so early? I didn't throw that way. The G-force. I almost did it. Did we get? No. Is there only 2 of them left? Oh my god. Shovel and a 1,000-ton hammer one-shot knock, and sometimes if hit on the head, they just one-shot you. That's pretty scary. You're just destroying the altar of the ship. Altar's like, you what, mate? You what, mate? Every time it happens, I'm so sorry. It's just so funny. The bomb. Merp is lovely. Yeah. It's cool. I'm loving it. Yeah. They should have a different feel to it next to other streamers, which is really relaxing in a way. Yeah, it's relaxing in a different way. I don't know how to explain it, but you explained it quite. You explained it. Wah. You know what to do? I too many compliments. Oh. It's okay, Merp. You deserve those compliments. Yeah, take those compliments. That's right. Trying to get me like that, huh? Come here, little shit. Yeah? What you trying to do, huh? Woo! Whoa! I have to drop the pen. Oh god, it's a shovel. It's okay, I'm alive. Jesus, grab something. Grab something! Okay, I cannot grab something. Maybe? Grab that! I cannot grab it! No! The fucking pig! No! The pig! It's the pig! We tried, we tried. For chivalry. Where? Oh! Where am I? No, I'm being covered. Boo! Cowboy's gone. Coin. French sound for ducks instead of quack. Wait, so you're saying the ducks in French they go coin instead of quack? I like coin. You're so nice. No, you're nice too, Merp. Some people don't play for fun, but just to win. People play. People like this play games all the time. I can respect that. I'm still okay with this kind of behavior in games like this, kinda, because it's the minority of people that plays like that in this game. So I'm still thoroughly enjoying this game. It's really good. Hockey, yeah, hockey, good. Hockey is like, I think hockey is my favorite, and then the next one would be the soccer. But it's pronounced differently in French than the coin in English. Oh, so it's not pronounced as coin, it's pronounced as something else. Language is weird. People are buying Ori. Crazy. Shit, too, Xiao Feng. I just have Kitty. The more you know. Yeah, indeed. Why am I always behind? Ugh. Ori noise. Okay. Yeah! Holy shit. Oh, nice. Good job, Ori. You're the best. I punched the wrong person, I think. Ow! Ow! My body's blocking it. I'm body blocking. Oh, I punched the wrong way. Fuck. I'm a spy. No, I'm a spy. I'm so sorry. Nah, I punched the wrong way. Oh, poor Ori. Ow, holy shit. I'm not awake from that. Oh, we have AFK. No wonder it was hard. Oh, my shade. Look. Oh, I looked at the wrong crocodile, actually. Shit! No! No. It's 3v4, it's a little hard. I'm trying to body block it. Yeah. Oh wait, okay, the AFK is back. Oh my god! Where am I? I'm dead. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, yeah, let's go. Yeah. Why you dead? I'm getting bullied. Hi Roxas. Nice. Shows the second skill. It's a fighting game after all. I mean, been doing that. Let's go. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Oh, Ori, chill. Oh god. I did. Oh my god, what a fucking deflect. Where's the shield guy? Oh my god. Ah! I body blocked it. Not like this. Oh, nice, Ori. Oh, Ori's good. I'm on your side, friend. Don't do that now. Oh, sorry, Ori. Oh, nice. The hammerhead shark messed up. Not like this. Oh, nice save. Ow. No, the dive kick. I tried to punch away. I was trying to punch away. I should have rolled there. Dang, that was unfortunate. Ow! I'm on your side. Oh my god. I'm getting killed by my own teammate. One of my mates just AFK, which is kinda sad. How is Boxer playing with? Who? No one. I'm going solo. How? I'm playing with a PS4 controller. There. Alright, go guys, go. I'm gonna defend. The chaos. Oh shit! They found the goalie. Oh my god! They're cheating! They're cheating! Oh, let's go! Nice, 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 nice. That's what you get trying to get my shield. Get out of here! Nice. Chill. Do you have it? Time zone, time zone. I'm going in! Oh, we tried. Don't look to buy or not yet. I mean, I know you just want to play someone if you want to buy it. I mean, I buy it just because I love this game a lot. That's sole reason. I'm just there wiggling. I'm okay with playing solo, but when someone asks me to play this game with them, I'll do it as well. Even though I'm like still afraid of interacting with someone, but someday I should be able to just like, you know, someday I should be able to work past that fear. Nice healthy hindquarters. I don't know how the rabbit just like I'm awake. And caught you trying to cross the border, hey? I like the balloon game. Lollipop Factory is also fun. You know what? I want to play Lollipop Factory. Yeah. So getting the small one is fine, but ultimately we need 3 big candy. We can also accumulate the 3 big candy by just getting all the small ones, but where's the fun in that? You know, where's the fun in that? We're gonna get the big one and only the big one. Oh, this ad break. No, I always love how Husky is just like so nonchalant. The one that's behind me. Go! Oh, I'm stuck. Oh my god, I cannot jump up. I'm your team! Don't do that! Yeah, get in, get in, get in. I'll hold them off, I'll hold them off. Nice! That's one. Get punched. Oh no, you don't! Those are ours! Little shit! Woohoo! Ow. I'm stuck. Ow! Careful, Maru! It's ours! Good job, Duck. Go, 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 go! Maru! I'm trying to help you! Oh my god, someone is just shooting! It's okay, we're getting the small ones. Someone's just shooting arrows, I can't even get in. After that one big one, we could win. I'm fine, just open up. Let's go. Yeah, the awesome was turning me into a pin cushion. I cannot get in. I cannot get in. Woohoo! Hey! Pink frog looks good on you. Ah, thank you, Nita. Oh, there's my tail. Arigato. I do love the color pink, to be honest. Well, as if that's not obvious already. Pink, purple, very nice. I want to play more. I've been playing this for 4.5 hours. Don't worry about it. What, 4.5 hours? Wow. The game mode is this exciting, so many close calls. Yeah, I haven't played football before. No, not the black hole. No. I played too many black holes. People like black hole mode too much. I mean, to be fair, it is kind of fun. Nah, who am I? What am I saying? All the modes are fun. I love how dog is always getting bullied by cat in the demonstration. See, Numa. Someone's trying to type in Chinese and then just like trying to say the bad word in Korean. See? Oh shit. You know, sometimes people are too innovative. I'm scared. See, Numa. I can't. Alright, who's my team? Who's my team? Oh, Gorilla, I'm with you. Woohoo! Drop kick! Drop kick! I'm saving you. I saved you! I saved you! I thrown you in! Nah, you asshat. Woohoo! Husky, I swear to God, I saved you! What is wrong? Oh my God, I actually saved you and you do this to me! Alright, asshat, you want this? Uh-oh. Woohoo! Sorry, that thing is mine. I didn't grab anything, I'm dead. We take those. Ow. Oh, hi Vincent. I have the stamina, Let's go. Woohoo! Where's my gorilla? Oh, my gorilla is just killing someone. Holy shit. Oh, gorilla's pissed. Holy shit, my gorilla's angry. My box. My box, my box. Hope you're doing good, Vincent. Welcome in. I changed my username. Now I'm represented as a Ryuko. Dive kick up, sorry. Sorry. I grabbed the wrong thing. Yeah, I actually grabbed the wrong thing. I don't have stamina anymore. Wah! No. I shall say Tylra then. Thank you, Vincent. I appreciate that a lot. You want some? Who wants some? You want some? Is it you who wants some? You want some? I'm not putting away my weapon. You want some? Oh, all good. It's my weapon. It's my weapon. You're trying to get me? I didn't mean to release my hand. No. I didn't mean to release my hand. Hi Perry. How goes it? I'm doing pretty okay. Having way too much fun with this game, my cheek hurts. But I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. So many mooncakes. Bomb. Explosion! Explosion! Oh. Now it's RNG. See who drops first. Oh, the dog survived? Wow. That's so lucky. Good shit. Dive kick! Hey, yo, what you want? No! Oh my god, what a throw! I got destroyed. Oh, we both got destroyed. No, the gorilla's here. Enough of this utter nonsense. Wow, okay, utter nonsense, huh? I'm gonna get some sleep. Have a good day and night, everyone. Alright, have good sleep, Zephyr. Thanks for hanging around. Such a cute game this is. Very Fall Guy-esque. Very. This one is like Fall Guy-esque plus Gang Beast. Like, the mini games are Fall Guys and then the gameplay is like Gang Beast. It's really fun. I love it. Oh, we all got a point. Want some? Yeah. How you doing, Bull? Not like this. Oh, thank you, Gorilla. Ah! I still thank you, Gorilla. Woohoo! Alright, all good. Nuh-uh! Asset? What you trying to do, huh? Ooh. Poor Otto is just trying to survive. I just punching the rabbit. The Chug's your favorite? Yeah, the Chug is so fast and so strong. Oh, I threw it too far. Oh! I think I survived. I think I'll survive. Oh, nope. I'm in the very middle. I don't survive this shit. Ah! I won. We take those. We take those. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Don't you dare. Oh, actually, thanks, sorry. Holy shit. Ugh. No, not the bull. I'm just swimming. You want some? You want some? Nice. Whoa! No! No! Is it? I'm not surviving this one though. No! I cannot grab anything. Nah. How winning is essentially dying last. That's this game. Oh, this game mode. There are a few other game modes like ball games. There's soccer, basketball-esque game. Football. Oh, let's go, Gorilla! Please hold on! My friend, please go hold on! I'm gonna give you more mooncakes! Let's go! Oh. They survived. That's not me, I didn't throw that one. Oh wow, what a throw. You got this, Gorilla. Not the bomb. Okay, good. No, Gorilla! Out of stamina, I think. Oh, friend, you're gonna win, you're gonna win. Luck be on our side. Come on. I trust in RN Jesus. I think we win. Yeah, let's go. Good shit, Gorilla. You're so strong. Yeah. Yeah. Picture's mine. Oh. No, I'm still out cold. Oh. I'm dead. Nice win. We take those. That was heckin' great. KJK, what a strong heckin' gorilla. I want to play more. I've been playing this game for almost 5 hours. Even though I feel tired, I just want to play more. I'm not addicted. Oh, this one is new. Into the game and also football. Let's try football. Finally! Carry the ball into opponent's gate to earn points. Oh, is this like the rugby? Nice. Give you of good luck. Oh, it's rugby. Oh, this is gonna be so chaotic. Oh god. What? It's a sloped area. It's not even like flat surface. This is bad. Pink rock. Pink rock. We have 3 duck. We have 3 ducks. Okay, why is there only 3 of us here? The duck. Sorry. Yeah. I'm out of stamina. I'm out of stamina. Okay, you got this. Go! Go, friend! Go, my duck friend! Oh god, he got dive kicked. Oh, sorry. Get in! What are you doing? No! No! My ball! My ball! Yay! Let's go! Woohoo! The stamina run out fast when I'm trying to get the rugby there. Whack! Yeah! It's just duck noises everywhere. No, no, wah! I'm not awake, I'm not awake. No! 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 Ah! No! Good shit, that was great. I bonked one, the other rabbit just quickly grabbed it. It's so clever. I punched the wrong person, I'm so sorry. I got it, I got it, I got it! That was so fast, let's go. Woohoo! At least the AI is just like, okay, you got this. The AI is so fast. It's okay, I get it, it's fine. Friend! Not again! Go, AI, go! Oh my god, oh my god! We'll protect you, AI! Go! Go, 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 go! I got the ball! Go. Hey. Wait, did we win? Did I win the wrong way? Wait, did I win the wrong way? Wait, I'm supposed to go... Oh, I'm supposed to go there. Oh, I was right. Shit. No! I got the ball! Let's go. Ah! So you can throw the ball, but you cannot throw the ball inside. You have to carry it for it to count. See that? Because I wasn't holding the ball properly, so it didn't count as my point, which is kind of interesting to be honest. My ball. My ball. My ball. My oh! No, not like this. No. Oh, what a punch. They got it, they got it. Oh, nope, nope. Okay, we got this. No! No! No, I cannot punch them! I messed up my 3 punches. Is Boxer still... Yeah, I'm playing still. I mean, look at me. Oh, hi, Evie. Welcome, welcome. My ball. Okay, your ball. You go get it. I protect. Go duck! Holy shit. My ball! Go! Let's go! Woohoo! Just steal the ball and run. Oh, this one is fun. Oh my god. I'm going in. I'm going in. Look at how fast my crocodile legs are. They don't even stand a chance. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. My ball. No, my ball. Oh, I out of stamina. No. No. I'm going. Ah, shit. Out of stamina. Oh, nice, nice AI, nice. Oh, AI, let's go. AI is OP. Look at the bird. Look at the bird. Oh my god. Dude, AI is OP. Look at that throw. Damn, AI is strong. Hey, I need the camera. I need the camera. I need the camera. Get up, get up, get up, get up. No, no, no. Oh, well, that looks wrong. That looks like something else. Hmm? Ooh, oh, it's Leon. What's up? Is Leon here? He just boo and then just went offline. What boo? With VC? Are you gonna play? Oh, you. Why? Why? Hi, Leon. Oh, let me tell him. If I can message Leon again, I think. Let me just message Leon still, it's fine. Ryuki says hi. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, it's Leon! Stink. Hi Leon. With VC, you're gonna play ya. Boss Garfat. Garfat. Say hi to him for me. You're in the chat, you can do it. Leon, you can do it. Ryoki is right here. Oh wait, I can buy Bruce and also I already have Valiente. So Ori and Naru is like collab. Do I want Golden Moon Carrot? It's a really nice skin, to be honest. But I'm not gonna use Bunny. Nah, I'm saving my cookie. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. You are suddenly in VC1. Wait, let me lower the game volume real quick. Hello? What? What?
Hello?
Uh-huh. Can you hear me, ma? Like that?
Yeah.
It's the dumb bunai. I invite you on.
Oh, yes, okay.
Did you went through a tutorial? Oh. Hi, Leon. Ooh, oh god, oh no, it's Leon. Oh, help, oh no. Leon has came here to boo. Oh no.
Oh.
I'm back, but I need to go again because I'm still in college. So yeah, hi and bye. It's okay, Shana. You love it, college. College. Dex playing.
This music is so loud.
You haven't even opened the game? Oh my god. How could you? Oh. Professionalism. Yeah, boo. Leon, do you like gaming?
Oh.
I probably do if you can give it to me.
It's too expensive. 62. Is it 62? I think I remember it correctly. Hi, Legs. I mean, I could show you the video if I can.
What?
I've remembered the video. Yeah, that one.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It has been a while. I need to refresh my I love gaming knowledge.
I know. Oh god. What is that such?
Oh my god, the thumbnail.
It says I love gaming. Yes, I can watch it. Okay, alright, let's
Oh.
see it.
Ah, the tutorial.
Yeah, you're doing tutorial.
It's so long.
Oh my god.
It's dangerous outside.
Jesus.
What do we do?
You can say that again. Jesus.
Oh.
Bro, there's no way that would happen.
Damn, Leon is so strong.
Wait, can she fit through?
Oh. Hi. Hi, lovely.
Oh my god. Jesus.
It's okay, I've got you.
It's okay, I got you.
Bro, if this doesn't end with that atom bomb clip, I'm gonna be so unhappy. Oh my god.
No, I will not help her.
Oh my
But why?
God, that mod.
Wow.
Oh, it's so painful to
Isn't
look at.
science great?
Damn,
This
it's
is
like
amazing.
mega thick, this one.
Look at the confidence. Oh,
Ooh.
Okay,
bombastic
good. Not exactly what I
side-eye.
expected, but this was good enough. Yeah, this is why, by the way, this is why PC is better than console.
Yep. Enough said. Nothing needs to be said, nothing else. PC is superior forever. Hi Nocti. Been a while, man. Nocti, how you doing? Are you done with tutorial? Come on, Roxas.
Wow.
Apa kamu
I
buat?
can't climb the platform.
I sense a skill issue. See, cannot climb the platform already, hello?
Make me use keyboard.
Walao, why you use keyboard one?
Oh, that's why using controller.
Use controller lah.
How
So
long
wait-
I never touch a controller?
Just touch it. It's not even bad.
Now is your chance.
Yeah, now's your chance to touch it.
Rest in peace, Leon. I don't know which Leon you're referring to, but I think you're referring to the one in game.
Or maybe both.
No,
I don't know.
nah.
Oh,
Nuh-uh.
hey, you wanna see a magic? Somehow in this game, disabling VSync caused my PC to die, like close to dying. You can see the
Then-
frame. You see the frame
don't
rate.
do it.
Oh, I'm so laggy now. Look at that.
Oh my god.
Yes, I need to grab that. God dang it.
There, okay, VSync is on. I don't know why. I thought VSync is supposed to be more more resource intensive. I'm gonna spam Roxas. PC superior except when you have potato. True. Why is Roxas' name not here?
You think that?
Skill issue.
Wow.
Maybe.
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 If you think about it, right? Try
Uh-huh.
using a keyboard. You might see his name.
Oh shit. Let me try filter by name. Oh my god, I'm touching keyboard. This is weird. No, Rox's name is not here. I think this one is like custom. It's not. You have to add friend in this game to show up here, I think.
Boo.
It's not just if you are Steam friends, you have to add friend in the game itself.
Boo.
What do you mean, boo? This game good. This game good.
Boo.
Balila. Balila pati anymore.
If if
If I'm
if
listening.
you were to buy me this game,
I'm
I'd
scared.
probably buy it.
I got destroyed. My potato won't even accept Quest Air Connect.
Is that a VR set thingy?
I have no idea.
Because Quest, the only thing I can think of is like those VR sets.
Oh,
Is it like a very affordable VR set? Oh, it is a VR thingy. Maybe it's
I
more
thought so.
affordable.
20%? 10%.
What?
10% of all music.
I put 20% on.
I put it on 0.
Because you don't have the game.
Don't say that. I'm imagining playing games with you guys. My character might not be there, but I am there.
Spiritually. I feel, wow, I feel a presence. Goodness.
You see, I'm the one in charge of taking care of the camera in game.
Oh. So
you
you're
might not
like,
see it.
yeah, I cannot see the camera person.
Yeah, exactly.
The hero
My job
behind
is
lens.
What is your number?
What my number?
016.
Hey yo, don't say that.
Can you hear?
Pakai buat.
I can add you here, I think.
Then
Hi.
I think I just saw your info.
Can I just like?
I have no idea.
But aren't you guys friends to begin with on Steam?
Yeah.
No, I think I just saw the. I don't know. How did you toggle that? Like your profile in the game?
Wait, let me.
I have no idea.
What is this link? Doesn't this link just go to the game itself?
I have no clue. Just tell me your number.
What
I can add you.
number?
016.
Don't say that.
You click on your in-game profile picture.
Alright, you're not a DG person. Okay, max is 017 82.
Your number, you have to show it.
Oh, I'm hiding it
Yeah,
now.
exactly. Don't be shy. Expose it to the world.
I suppose.
What if I get hacked?
On that?
I don't
Come
know.
on.
Alright, there you go. You guys can like.
Okay, I get it. You're a U-Mobile person, so it's 011 826.
Isn't you mobile 0111?
No, oh sorry, it's 019.
Nah, I show liao.
What?
I show liao.
So blur.
NWTJV5.
You might as well just copy and paste that to
No, I'm
Steam.
not gonna.
Is there a 5? Oh, yes, a 5.
Fine.
I thought there was a F.
Roxas wants to be friends, huh? Get blocked.
Wow, imagine that being friends.
Yeah, gosh. Oh, I press refuse. Oh goodness.
Wow, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Uh,
That's Cobalt's natural thing, huh? The trait,
Butterfingers.
personality. I see.
One bad apple.
I invite you, Liao. Oh, yo, look at that. But the boat number is revealed. 1902867539.
You know, maybe if you try to decipher that, that might be a message, you know?
5309. I don't know. What could that be? I mean, it's not 1-300-882-929.
Surely not Pizza Hut.
I crave pizza, okay? I'm gonna start managing.
I'm the opposite of that. I'm craving for burgers.
Hey, yo. Did you type boo there? How do you even type?
Boo.
Boo.
Oh,
It's
Uh,
okay.
I
They,
like.
they might be able to type. I'll just say it for you. You know, text to speech. Boo.
Oh yeah, I disabled text to speech because I got hate bot raided.
Aw.
Yeah. They have
86753.
What is that? I still don't know.
86753 on. It's fine.
No, I'm scared.
No,
fine.
you should be.
I should be, yeah.
Very afraid.
What kind of number is that?
Let's see, what character you guys here? We have you. We have, what the heck is that? Paha or Pama? What?
Bama, I think.
Oh, you know that instant noodle brand, right? Pama, I think.
Oh
that's
yeah,
the name.
yeah. The Malay brain or some shit.
And we have Roxas, and we have Mr. Woputao on the right, and then
dive kick.
Oh. Wait, what mode is this?
Trebuchet.
Oh, someone have to go, is it?
Oh, get me there, get me there. Whee!
And then you die.
I got a sabotage.
Quick!
Sabotage! Throw away the bombs! I gotta throw away the bombs. That's right. Whee! 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 Get them, team! Get them! Oh, they're fighting, and I'm just like throwing away the bomb. Nah! What you trying to do, huh?
No, I fell off.
Take it from them. Take it. Yes, throw.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait, what the heck is this?
Do you send bombs away? No, no way. What? Help! Ow! No, don't throw me in the water. Oh! I gotta survive. You don't know I'm a crocodile.
No, you need to chill.
I'm a crocodile. I'm a crocodile. Whee!
Hey, oh.
Send me there, team. Chief, I got this, chief. I jumped the wrong way. I'm stupid.
Ah.
Oh, they're shooting bombs here. This is bad. Get me there.
Pull it! Pull it!
Pull it! I'm not. Whee!
Ah, damn, I got that.
How are you doing?
Quick!
Oh.
No!
Take out the bomb.
I just threw it away. No, what are you trying to do, huh?
Wait, what is the throw button? X or A?
Right trigger. Ow! No! I'm a gator. I'm a free man. I'm a free woman. Get up. Get up. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. That's right. That's right. You try me. Try me. Try me then. What do you want, huh? What do you want? That's right. Get out. Nah. You're not getting this bomb. You're not getting this bomb.
Boo. Boo.
No. 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 No, they sent the bomb. Oh, God. I'm just sabotaging. Help. Help. Oh, I'm just getting bullied now. The four of them is here. Help. Not like, oh.
There is no help.
I'm coming back up. I'm a gator.
Go.
No. No, getting the bombs. No, get punched.
Oh no, my oh,
Oh, I'm going back. Where am I? Nope,
Where am
psych, I'm still here.
Nope.
No, you're getting the bomb, you're
No.
getting the bomb.
I'm dead.
Get punched, stupid! Get punched! That's right. Woohoo!
My God, this is a marathon. I imagine the chat is like is running a marathon right now with just this visual. This is so exhausting to look at.
No, you're not getting the
But
bomb.
you did it.
You, you're not getting the bomb. The bomb is mine. You. Help! No, they're getting the bomb. No,
Second
no.
bomb.
I'm a gator. I'm gonna. I'll stay alive. Not like this. Help! No. I tried.
Oh my god, how much bomb?
This looks like fun chaos. Yeah.
Oh! Damn.
Oh, you can save the. You can save by
Yeah.
putting away the.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
You have to go over there.
Yeah, I need to
Mess
go
them
over
up.
there.
Yes, I should. I can't but him out.
One is enough. One is enough.
Oh. Good. They will throw the bomb away. Someone have to go over there too.
Yeah.
I will go there. Let's go.
Someone's already there. We
Oh,
won.
yeah.
We won. Nice. The sabotage. He just wants to be in a natural environment. True. Whee!
Shit.
I'm with the camera. I'm with the camera.
Ah!
I'm with the camera. I'm with the camera. Yeah, camera is mine. Get out.
Who is it?
I got the camera. All the game mods are fun. Holy shit.
It should be.
Yeah. This is way more than Gang Beasts, where you just Gang Beasts is just speeding each other out. This game is like actual mini game.
Yeah, keep beating each other up.
Yeah, that also, but what is Icebreaker? A lot of people likes to play the Black Hole Lab.
The black what?
The Black Hole. Look at that black hole. It's a black hole. It sucks.
Well,
That's bro though.
what?
Did you feel pain from that? Mm.
Suck.
Oh my god, that is so fucking loud. Suck. That's pro. Ah! What a punch! Holy shit! Oh, the bunnies mean business.
Let me help you add sound effects.
The bunnies mean business. They. What was that?
Run for my life. Oh. Ah, I mean.
The two mooncake festival bunnies, like.
What?
They just destroyed me in this few seconds. Why are you using Rotan to hit people? Why are you using Rotan?
I miss my soundboard. It's been a long while.
The suck is good. Suck.
Yeah, like here, have some.
Yeah.
Suck.
Mm. Suck. It's like the classic. Never gets old.
Oh right, I added this as well.
Oh, it's a parrot thing.
Yeah. And the rest, I do not know if I should play it or not.
What is
No.
it? Is it offensive?
It's just loud. That's all.
Oh, it's okay. Loud equals funny. I couldn't regret saying that.
Need to learn how to throw someone.
I still don't get how the throw works. Sometimes people can just throw me in like a split second.
Oh yeah, I've done that multiple times when we were playing on this, and it's fun. Oh no, it's you guys getting
suck. Yeah, the suck. Get bombed. Explosion! Why? That was my bomb. Nice. Mooncake.
Maybe we can change our fight now.
Mooncake.
Oh, double kill.
Mooncake. Oh, now it depends on luck who wins. It will never be a draw. It's just like who gets lucky to get in first. Oh, 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 Rabbit wins. Hi again, Evie. Drop kick.
Evie?
It's Evie. Hey, yo. Not like that. What do you mean? Why are you trying to do to the Evie?
No, I didn't do anything.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Contributing to your background noises, you know, sound effects.
Sound effects, yeah. You know what? I appreciate sound effects. I love sound effects. Oh my god, not like that.
I like how it's spammable as well.
Oh my god, it's good spam. Oh. Where's Roxy? Oh, I saw you.
Oh, go!
Oh my god!
Jump for them.
Holy shit!
Go and pull them.
No, I cannot get close to Taser.
What is my taser?
It will still hurt me. I got the chain.
Wow.
Yeah.
Go! I think that's the bunny.
Yeah, I'm trying to aim the bunny as well.
Drop kick.
I throw the wrong way. Come here, fucking bunny.
Jump inside.
I got the chain.
Hold the chain. Oh, no,
Oh my god, the bomb!
no.
Oh! I did hit the bomb. Oh, I died. Oh, Roxas, let's go! Just had lunch, combo belly now full. Nice.
Run!
Glad you had a wonderful lunch, Merp.
Don't eat it.
No, it's Doko. It's Popo. I want a nunchuck. I didn't get the nunchuck.
Get it? None.
Do we have weapon?
None. I had none chucks.
Chuck.
More weapon?
Drop kick! Oh my god. Drop kick.
Where?
Shoot him, shoot
I
him.
can use the weapon.
Like I can spam this
Can I
also.
use the weapon sometimes?
I don't use the weapon sometimes.
I hold the crossbow, I can use it.
Nah.
Oh, the ball.
Ow! The bomb. Not the bomb again. The bomb killed me. Oh! I died. Oh, you're... No. Is there quack here? Oh, Damn, Troy. Oh my god, Roxas, you're so pro. You're pro gaming. Oh my god, you're so pro.
Oh no, I fail.
They're
No!
struggling.
No!
no.
You got no reversed.
Too hard to throw in this game.
Yeah, I mean, of course it's gonna be hard. That's how you
Hard,
kill someone.
anyway.
You out.
Anyway, Oh. Ow! What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Why do you keep shooting me, huh? Why do you keep shooting me, huh? Why do you keep shooting me, huh? I just throw someone down. Blue team. I know how to throw someone though. That's so fast. I got the chain.
Oh no, the ball.
The bomb. The bomb is so close to you.
Oh,
Are you safe?
yes, I'm safe.
Nice. We got Garfield. No! Your sacrifice will not be in vain. I had to do it.
What the hell? Why is he holding a bomb?
Oh shit!
Oh
I got
my God.
woo! I got bombed really hard. Nuh-uh. You trying to kill me? You trying to kill me? I got something. Full belly, a happy kobold makes. I should get food soon. Ow! I got squished. Ow! The weapon dropped on me!
Take the weapon.
Oh my god, I keep getting... No!
Oh, am I still down? Oh my god. The double team. The double team now, I died. The double team hitting on me.
That's kinda sad. I'm just punching again. I'm just punching, dancing with this Ori. Look at that. Ah, shit, they won. I lost. No.
The throw perfectly. Really learn how to throw.
Yeah, you have to hold. Okay, I'm gonna speak and control the term because I don't care. You have to hold. Okay, how about this? You have to hold the person with two hands, and then you have to dash, and then hold the punch button and release at the same time. Ooh, Ori's good.
Oh.
Look at that.
Oh my god.
Ori just destroyed them. We got this, we got this. I got it. Oh, you won, huh?
Random smack.
I just smacked Ori. Did I just threw Ori
No,
opposite?
no, he's still here.
Ran out of stamina. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Get juked, get juked. Get juked, get juked, get juked.
Oh,
Oh my god, I got kicked! Hey man, I'm dead. What do you mean?
oh.
It's Ori again. Oh, Ori is too fast. Ori is too fast.
You're still hitting me. Cat.
I didn't hold anything.
Oh my god.
I'm bringing Ori down. You asshat! Die!
Oh no, I thought. Oh no.
Oh no! No!
That luck.
I should also acquire some sustenance. Honestly, same. I'm feeling hungry.
Orange team or the blue team is it?
Yeah, we need to get the blue team. Attack
Wait,
the
I
bubble.
remember. Isn't that most of them already?
No, you see the bubble is like blue team. We need to get them. Throw stuff at them. I don't know, throw mooncakes. Look at that. Oh, I just threw it in the middle.
Isn't the rabbit also already?
Rabbit... No, Rabbit only got 1 point. Oh, they won. I think Rabbit lose the stamina.
Oh yeah, this one.
Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Oh, I found me. I want the camera! I want the camera! Yeah! Tylra going all Kirby mode, swallowing her opponent and just moving off the edge. I'm swallowing opponents, huh? Have a good rest of the stream, everyone. Alright. Thank you, Nexu. Hope you have a good sustenance. Did both of you eat dinner already? It's like 6 PM. I haven't played into the game before. Oh, now we're trying to be fast. Oh. We need to carry coal over there. Shit.
Let's check.
There's so many people from China here. Every time I hear people like have open mic, it's usually just like speaking former Chinese. I'm stuck?
Oh my god. Ah. It's blocking the road. Oh shit.
Bro, I cannot get in. I cannot pull it in. I cannot pull it in. I cannot pull it in. Oh my god, I literally cannot put it in. I'm gonna cry. Okay, there we go, there we go.
I'm hitting them.
The gorilla on our team is not putting coal in.
Oh shit.
The gorilla is just sleeping.
You're AFK. Oh shit.
I got dive kicked to death. The black cat's too good. I'm just gonna put in the coal.
Oh no. Where's our team?
I'm trying to put in the coal, but there's like one PT that's like really good at the game.
Oh yeah, oh there's one AFK on our team. We have one AFK.
Oh, got people AFK, no wonder lah. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people AFK in this game somehow. Don't know why. Oh no!
The one top maybe at the center. AFK.
I threw Ori out. Throw it in. Oh my god, they're just trying to destroy our coal.
Left, left. One more also missing. Oh, yep. What keep going to civilian?
There's 3 on 1 now.
No, there's one keep going on our their side. See, we like 2 people.
The four of them is just in our car.
Yeah, we have 2 people missing.
I mean, they're from China. That's understandable. They're like very want to win. In case you guys don't understand what they're saying, it's like they're out of coal. Screw them, something like that.
Oh no.
I guess I'm just trying to beat them.
Huh?
I mean, people from China, what do I expect?
Easy game.
4 on 2 easy, yeah, sure. I mean, it is easy, so. Well, that was unfortunate.
Gonna be the one report. AFK.
I mean, this one is AFKing, I think. The
one with the number.
Yeah, the player one. Let's report. Reason? Oh, do I need reason for this? AFK, there it is. Send. Alright, let's play again. And then there's also one of them on our team that left when the game almost over.
Yeah, that's the AFK. That's the one AFK.
There's 2 of them. One just AFK towards the end.
One keeps stopping their train. He keep pulling on their train.
Oh.
We still like one player. Just need to learn how to throw.
Although I did throw a bunch of them there. I think I did pretty good. Yeah, poor sports. But it is what Chinese people are, to be honest. Like, I'm Chinese and I sometimes hate Chinese. Because sometimes they're so afraid of losing that they just want to win all the time. I hate that. And that just caused all sort of bad sportsmanship behavior. Why are you glowing? Oh god. Nope. No! Oh my god! I'm alive.
Oh.
Ooh, what a punch. Is that Thailand? That's Thailand. Just throw them.
I have
Did
no
I-
idea how to use the crossbow.
Did I kick you? Oh, you're not unicorn. Which one is you?
I am.
Oh, you're a duck. Okay, okay, you're a duck. Oh, that's me, that's me. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
What was the button?
Yeah, the autos in this game is very fluffy and adorable. What? Yeah, I'm not like this. I'm alive, I'm alive. I'm alive. Holy shit! People are just... No, they pushed me in! I could have stayed alive.
Oh! Oh, you died.
I died. It's up to you. You got this. Get him! Get him, duck!
Aya.
Oh,
Miss it.
yeah, the shovel is
Headbutt
very
is so hard to
scary.
use. Oh no, I freeze.
Yeah, shovel is OP. Shovel usually can just one-shot people.
The crossbow. No idea how to use the crossbow.
Crossbow, I think you just shoot. You hold it
tried,
until you can
right.
shoot them.
I tried, but the isn't nothing coming out.
Maybe you didn't hold it good enough. Like there's some sort of a hole that you're gonna hold. I don't know how to explain it, but I have the bonking stick. Bonk! Oh, sorry, that's you. I almost bonked you. I bonked you. I still bonk you. Bonk.
Pull it, I pull it. Oh shit, what? How? I did it, but I
Oh
cannot
shit, the punch is way faster, excuse me. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, you're not gonna do that.
Wait, how?
Oh shit. The rabbit's too good. Nuh-uh.
I don't know how to climb.
Oh shit, I got fucking swiped. Oh my god. No, I'm gonna freeze. Wake up. Hi, Savior. Are you still here? No. What a spin.
The bomb. The bomb has appeared. Oh no, it threw the bomb away.
Ay.
Oh,
I got swiped.
still got chance. Still got chance.
Oh, too late. I tried.
Oh no, I missed.
Hi, Savior. Bonk them all. Bonk is good.
The one with the weapon. Oh no, you went twice. Weapon
Wow. The hammerhead's really good. We need to get the hammerhead first. Why are you plunging me? Sorry. Punch him for me. I cannot punch him, he's just dragging me around. Oh, I got swiped. We're in the same team, Savior. Why is everyone plunging me?
Oh my god. The random kick keep hitting me.
Oh god, I got punched. Nuh-uh. You're trying to do to me, huh?
Ah! Boomerang.
Oh shit, I got drop kicked. Nice,
A
they drop
boomerang.
kicking themselves.
Oh! Wait, how do I throw them? Oh.
just like how you throw normal things.
Oh. Jump. Oh no! Why so close? Oh, the hammer. Oh. Just throw the weapon.
Whoa, what's with the momentum just now? No, I'm too late.
Oh no, I do it.
Blab is cute, so ominous. Blab is very cute. Yeah, Blab is cute. I like Blabin. We have no points. Not like this. We're gonna get at least 1 point. We got this.
Trying to get the weapon. Can't get anything.
Oh! I got swiped. Oh my god, the drop kick. People are so good with drop kicks. Nuh-uh, you're not doing that.
Oh shit. Damn it. Just when I hold the weapon.
Oh god, tased. Yep.
Ah, shit.
Oh, I got swiped. Ooh, what a throw.
Oh shit. That was personal. That was really personal. That cat keep hitting on me.
Oh god. Oh, nice, the punch. Oh, nunchuck is good.
Oh! Now eat them.
I'm trying to eat,
Oh shit,
Oh, no.
how is that punch me?
The punch is too good.
Oh, no. Ah, the pen.
I'm down.
Oh no, I frozen.
Frozen now. Oh yeah.
Frozen already. The random pen hit. Oh hit. And you win. One more cat. Now you have to wait for it.
I didn't mean to hit the weapon like that.
Ah, I hit it.
Thanks.
You just go up. No, stand away. I need to shoot. Oh, okay.
Let's go. Oh.
Can't get the...
Oh, the frying pan is too OP.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm already in the water.
Oh, missed.
Yeah, the hammerhead is aiming for me now. I'm dead.
Wait, I literally showed it already. And I get hit one. Oh my god, I'm dead. Probably dead. Oh! Continue. Climb up.
Oh, the hammerhead is like taking it very personally.
Okay.
That's me.
Oh! Wee! Ah, I missed it. Oh!
Oh, I kicked someone. Oh.
Oh no, mom!
Spin! Spin! Oh wait, that's you! I almost swiped you. Oh.
Ah! Oh no, boomerang, the most dangerous thing.
Oh, I got taste. I got taste.
Okay, I tasted it with him. Oh no, the shark is still there.
The shark is really aiming for me.
Oh no, what?
The shark really hates me.
Falling down.
Oh, I'm dead.
Ah, how?
Oh.
I already hit it.
You see the hammerhead shark?
Oh no, I'm frozen.
Oh, I frozen also. The taste changed.
Too fast getting frozen. They can stay for 5 seconds, but we just jump in and we die.
I think the more the game progresses, the faster you get frozen. That's why. I'm gonna get the Garfield. Oh, what a punch! Holy shit! Oh, the auto is frozen. Yellow wins. The new game in the Lobotomy Corp universe came out, so I haven't played it. Ooh. What's a Lobotomy Corpse again? Whoa! I got bombed. I'm dead.
Oh shit! I don't know how to use the weapon.
You have to like grab it in a very proper
for
way.
the crossbow.
Yeah, same. What the hell, man?
Ah.
What? Yeah, I just got that shot.
Ah.
Oh my god, you're just pushing me down, asshat. You're just pushing me down. Alright, thanks, I guess. The hammerhead shark took me with him. It's up to you, Roxas. You got this.
Oh, I can shoot it. Really can shoot it.
maybe there's no more bullets.
I don't think there's bullets in this game.
I don't know.
I really can't shoot it. Ah.
No. I'm gonna save you. Bonk. There you go. Okay.
Oh,
Get up, get up. Get up. Oh, hey yo.
no, it's stuck there.
No. No. It's okay. All good. All good. We could. Why are you slapping, Leon? I'm scared. Shark is a jerk face variety. Why does it sound delicious? Why does it sound delicious? Why does it sound delicious? Bonk. Bonk. The auto is just dive kicking. Oh, what a dive kick. Holy shit, actually worked. Oh. Maybe Cowboy is just hungry. Yeah, honestly, I'm very hungry right now.
Wow, Chad, this is wow.
It's loud, right?
Yeah, it's loud, but what is
I didn't
that?
want to play it.
Is that money sound?
And then we have, what is it? No.
Wait.
Why
Do you have VOD on?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, then never mind. Let's see.
Slap. Slap. Ah.
Oh, let me help you. Let me contribute.
Yeah, the hammerhead is just aiming for me throughout this whole game now. Maybe it's something that I did that pissed him off, I guess. Oh my god, the nunchuck. Why are you slapping?
Contributing to the sound effect. I'm doing a hard job, okay? I'm the cameraman.
Okay, yeah, it's a tough job, I get it.
Hey, I'm focusing on you. Can't you see?
Yeah, and then you have to like spin around the camera on demand when I push the right stick.
It's tiring.
Yeah. It's like immediate response. It's hard. I get it. I'm not paying you though.
How dare you?
Hey! Just gonna throw you the hammerhead shark. Hammerhead shark.
Ah, shit. Damn it.
Oh, I got shoveled. I'm dead.
Oh no!
Oh!
Yeah. What do you imply by that, huh? Suck.
Dang. Oh. Shower to OP.
Yeah, shovel is really OP. Oh, they're all match point. Look at the hammerhead shark, it really hates me. You see that? You see that? The hammerhead shark is actually just aiming for me. What did I do against hammerhead shark?
Nunchucks.
I got nunchucks, I got nunchucks. I got taste. The taste chain.
What? Oh.
Damn.
Just wanted to do it.
Why are you gonna do that? Why?
I mean, the hammerhead shark clearly hates me.
I wonder why.
Yeah, why not? Just do it more then.
Take
I mean,
Probably-
the prejudice doesn't start from me, yeah?
I mean, take the,
Probably.
I'm trying to
playing
take what
the
you.
game on the steering wheel, huh?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm dragging you.
to swing it.
I'm trying to swing. I'm just getting fucking swung. I'm alive. Oh, I got swiped. I cannot grab this frying pan. Oh, I grabbed it, but I was too late. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Oh, I was still. I'm frozen.
Wait, what?
It's up to you. Oh, are you
The
dead?
weapon. Grab.
Oh, I saw you fell down. Mooncake.
So
You
hard
do
to
like
grab the
some.
weapon.
Yeah, the weapon's really hard to grab. Well, what is that? Can you,
What?
can you grab the cat? Oh,
Ah,
you got
spinning.
swiped.
Oh no,
There's so many moon. No, we tried.
my weapons are so hard to get.
Yeah.
Can't even hold it.
Kawaii's kid is pretty strong.
I just love this sound effect.
This says something about you, huh?
when you have skill issue.
It was a misinput. Calm down! You calm the fuck down!
Holy shit, my ears. Oh, that's so
Told
good.
you it's loud.
Yeah, but it's good stuff.
When you have skill issue.
It was a misinput. Oh, give me a few seconds. I'm gonna go open up the lights. It's getting dark.
Let me help you switch it on.
BRB.
Okay.
That's not
It's
it. That's not it. Got in the picture? Yeah, I got in the picture. Good stuff. With the dabbing auto. Oh, you're right. That's like a half dab. We play more, Roxas.
Yeah.
Yo, okay more, okay more.
Yeah, waiting for you to start.
Okay.
I'm an adult virgin.
Oh no. What's
I'm an adult version.
I will listen to it as I'm a
Uh-oh.
Anno? Anno?
Here, let me play it again.
Yeah.
I'm an adult virgin.
Oh, adult
Adult virgin.
But what's that have to do with like virgin? Isn't virgin just virgin? Is it?
It's part of a song. Me and my friend used to listen to it a lot. It's stupid.
That's a full song of that?
Yeah, like
I'm an adult virgin.
I'm scared.
Can I spam?
I'm an adult virgin.
Oh, it resets.
Aww.
It doesn't like overlapping play the
Yeah, I was hoping for that.
Same. Oh wait, Rox is not duck anymore. Why am I getting punched by a Arabic tiger? I'm going down, bye bye.
Hey yo.
Let me know.
Sir, it's illegal. I mean, man, it's illegal.
Help me, Leon.
Dang.
Oh.
You got this, Roxas. Beat them up. Oh!
Already eaten.
Who?
Everyone can eat it.
Dive kick! This map is so small. Help.
Why are you in front of me?
Why me? Out of everyone. Hey, no.
Oh, why? I'm gonna throw it. You're like kicking me. Oh no, I died. I was eating someone and I get hit.
I plunged someone. Hey. The gorilla's on me. Gorilla. Nuh-uh. Ah! No! Gorilla is too good. Muscle of steel. Banan. Gorilla rampage. Oh, we're together. Ow! Fucking gorilla is too good. Going up. The plunge.
Oh shit! Hi.
Hey, you get it. Hey, I got it. I'm getting plunged. I'm getting plunged. I'm just getting plunged. I'm getting plunged. Help. Ow. Holy shit, the dog's so good.
Oh,
nice bomb.
That shot on me. Oh no, die.
Oh my god, how are they so good?
I hit 2 people. Then I cannot mooncake.
Oh my god, he's too good. Oh. Mooncake gods, help!
Oh, hit it.
Oh, the yeet.
I got 2 mooncake to the face.
Thank you, mooncake gods. Yeet! Yay! There you go, Arabic tiger. Yay! Whoa, holy shit, Roxas.
Oh, oh shit!
Oh.
So far.
I got momentum to death. No, I'm stuck! Oh, I'm alive, let's go. That's me, that's me. Get up, get up! I actually... I survived, I survived.
Oh.
Don't shoot me!
Oh.
Oh, what hit me? Get him!
Go!
Punch! I cannot throw it away. I got mooncake. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, bully. That's what we're talking about.
Oh,
Eat
yeah,
mooncake. Nah, he's not holding on. Woohoo!
How many
Every time I
rounds
gotta
are
hit us so
there?
bad.
What?
Oh, he's gonna hit us so much.
No, I'm dead.
The tiger.
They're mad, they're mad.
Jump kick.
I'm dead.
Oh, I'm dead too.
You getting bullied. They're aiming for blue.
Oh no, the bomb. Did someone activate the bomb?
No, the bomb is not activated. I gotta save for mooncake.
What is that?
I
What is
don't-
even that?
What is
Freeze gun?
the Ken?
Oh shit. Ah! Can't hit it. Too hard to hit people.
The tiger is too heavy.
What is this gun? Oh, this is the power up, is it?
Oh! Wow, you're so strong. You
Oh shit, but I can't hit it. I can't hit people yet.
you need to yeet. Oh, just punch him, just punch him, just punch him. You're so strong, just punch him. Oh! The duck got sniped. You got it. Oh, nice. Stand still, stand still. Let me eat. Yo, we're so good. Actually, you're so good. Holy shit. Pink rock. Pink rock. Pink rock.
Yep.
Yeah, all the yips, let's go.
Yep.
Oh, I see my tail.
Yep.
Right, do we even get coin or anything to buy the skin?
I think when you level up, you eventually get cookies and also like... Oh, soccer is fun. And also like the Nemo currency, which is like the real life currency. There's still some microtransactions in this game, but I think... Nah, I'm okay with that. It's not like a big part of it.
I want my moon bunny.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Time for me to go.
Okay.
Alright, bye bye.
Bye bye, cameraman. Bye bye, cameraman. Not my cameraman.
Ah!
Uh-oh. This one is 4v4 or this one.
Yes. Wait, it's our team? Is that our team?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're trying to get in
We
there.
go?
Oi! Let's
Yes.
go! We did it, we did it. EG. Oh,
God, I think my
that
profile picture is too big for the screen.
it's okay lah. You want me to put it smaller?
Run.
Nah. Oh, nice! What a punch.
Can jump kicking. Oh yeah, we can roll. I
Yeah,
forgot we can roll.
You can roll for a little bit faster.
Ah, miss! I knocked my own team. Oh shit! It's a
What?
sunshot.
What loud? Ow.
Ah.
All good, all good. We got this. No!
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
wow. Good shit, good shit. That was not bad, that was not bad. It's okay, it's 1-1. We got the first goal free.
Wait, isn't it our own team hitting our goal? It was the blue.
Is it? I didn't
Yes,
see it.
yes.
Holy shit, we have a
It's a
spy.
it's our own team.
We have a spy. Alright, there we go. We're safe, we're safe. Oh. Ooh, nice kick. Quack.
Quack.
Oh shit.
Oh yes. Wait, I can't hold it.
Eat it.
Can I eat it? I can't hold it.
You can hold it, you can only like punch and kick him.
Hey, wait, I can't punch it.
I'm trying to.
Oh,
Ugh, I'm dead.
no.
No. Roll. Roll for victory. Oh my god, what a shot.
Oh shit, miss it.
It's okay to eat.
Oh no. Ah!
Oh! It's okay, we got this, we got this. Why all the bunnies so good one? You... Oh! Everyone just dies.
Just need to learn how to punch it. No, I think you headbutt it is easier, isn't it?
I don't know.
You headbutt it, I think.
No!
Oh my god.
Tiger, what are you doing?
Headbutt it would be easier.
I mean, if you run and headbutt, it will be a roll, though.
Ah! Oh no. Oh no, free
Oh! They got it for free. I mean, we got one free goal. They got two. That's the fastest soccer game I ever had.
I can't touch it. Can't hit the ball.
I mean, you can only hit the ball.
Yeah, charge attack. No.
You run and punch is like the big punch, though. That's me, that's me! Yeah! Look at that, I'm so happy. Wait, let me make your... I make your picture smaller a little bit, no? Like that. Behind. Yeah, smaller. Oh, it's already 6:38. I'll play a few more. Oh, I want the football. I didn't choose the football. Oh, this one is also good, this one.
Hmm?
You just carry the big candy back to your base and just like open up the door and let it in.
Oh.
Yeah, this one is also fun. Moisturize? Yeah. Thank you, Savior. Oh shit, I'm drinking. Alright, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Oh wait.
They're putting it back. Oh my god, I got punched so hard. No one's stopping them. Oh my god, I'm getting bullied by a dog.
Wait, do I need to pull? We need to pull.
We need the... I'm trying to get the big one here. Oh my god. I'm pulling it away! There's 3 person on me! I hope you guys are trying to get the small ones as much as possible because there's 3 person on me right now.
I'm getting a one, but that's still very hard to jump up and throw things.
Oh my god, I'm getting...
Oh shit. Ah.
Oh my god, Ori, be careful!
Just pull the lever, pull the lever.
I'm trying. Ori, I'm trying to pull the level!
Oh no. Go inside. Everyone, yes.
Okay, yes. Okay, good. Free. Our team's Ori just swinging the nunchucks with... Well abandoned, they don't care. Ori, please be fucking careful with that nunchuck, we're trying.
Oh my god, how good our team is throwing things.
Ow. Oh my god, the Hachi is just aiming for me. Hey! No, I wasn't awake. Shit, this is a close one.
Sorry, we have to go this side.
We're taking the big one.
Oh, no. I think we just need the small one, we can win.
It's okay, we got the big one here. We're pretty safe.
Just hold it, just hold on it. Just hold the crit, yes. Wait, what?
Open up! Open up!
This thing does not.
No! I get it in!
No.
I'm stuck!
I'm gonna lock it.
I'm stuck! Open it! I'm sacrificing myself! Open it up! Open it up! Yes! Let's go! We just... I'm just holding it with my dear life. I'm on the camera. Let's go. I'm just blocking everyone. Oh, why is there suddenly no sound? The music is gone. Oh, okay, it's back. Now play again. I kind of like trebuchet. This one very scary. This one has like, if you fall off the aircraft, you're just done.
I'm eating.
Why you? Why are you eating? I'm sad now. What do you mean you're eating?
Lunch.
What? What lunch? It's like 7. Excuse you, lunch?
Lunch.
Okay, no, lunch at 7 now. Okay, no. Then what? 12 a.m. is like breakfast.
Yes.
Oh my god! Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god. Super. I think I killed 3 people.
Yeah, the power up crocodile.
No, I almost make you sleep. The power up crocodile. Still have to eat him already.
Yeah.
No.
I cannot eat. What?
Oh.
Whoa! What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What did he do?
Follow up.
What did he do? He did nothing and I just have flu.
Just we all aiming for him.
yeah. Aim for the goddamn crocodile. Yes, aim. Get
I have
fucked.
my target then.
Get fucked. I'm sorry. Oh! Oh, I'm dead. Bye bye.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Bleppin.
Oh no.
Nothing beats a
Nice.
good old plan. He just uppercut you. I saw nothing. There was no motion implying that he did anything towards me. Oh, that's...
Got electrocuted.
Where are you? Oh, you...
Electrocuted.
Oh. I drop kick someone. Oh, holy shit! I'm dead again. Oh my god. No, I'm dead.
The power up too strong.
Yeah, the power just one shot me. Damn, they're all so good.
Oh, damn.
Did I just punch you to death?
Yes.
I am so sorry, I am a spy. And I'm dead too. Boom. The mooncakes are to aim in this map. You know, maybe they're not as good, it's just that I'm bad. I don't have a weapon.
Shit. Ah. Missed the timing. Oh. Why?
There we go.
Why?
Get out, get out. Oh, I'm good.
Oh shit. Hey, the nunchucks.
Oh, I got nunchucked to death. Oh, did you got nunchucked to death as well?
Yes.
That was so fast, holy shit.
Nunchuck is too fast.
The ice gun is also pretty good.
No time to even use it. The nunchucks already hit.
Yeah, the ice gun is just like confirmed death. Oh, green and yellow is like winning.
turn my camera.
Oh my god, what did you do? Where are you? Did you fall down already?
Just started and he really run and hit me. One hit. Chase it.
I'm trying
Just one
to.
hit. Just one hit. Don't jump kick. I thought you don't jump kick. Oh no.
They're just juking.
Oh no, careful the banana peel.
They're just juking.
Oh, okay, one hit. Can.
Oh, finally. They're just juking. You're standing on history, am I? What kind of history am I standing on? Oh, I'm dead. I got swiped. I got greedy. I got swiped by Ori. Oh, Ori fell down. Nice. You wanna try tase him?
Try. I can't use it. Why? Give me the shower.
Can you take the shovel?
Ah,
He
damn
drop
it.
kick you. Oh, bye bye. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Shit. No.
The momentum.
That push. The mooncake push. What's that?
Oh, it's okay. We tried. I mean, we got 2 points. That's pretty good. Hell yeah. I'm the camera. 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 Camera is my camera. Yeah. Let me check the time. Can I play like 1 or 2 more? No? I also hungry already. Yeah lah, I want to eat ma.
Eating already?
You eating? I'm not. Uh-oh, my controller is stuck. This one's just like a battle royale, trying to throw everyone to the poison cloud. How are people getting like golden skin? So they like pay real money for it?
Probably.
Oh, is it a deluxe edition? Maybe no.
No idea.
I see in between us got the 2 golden husky. Oh, dog. Corgi. And then the golden ducks. Wah.
Oh.
Ugh.
Ah. Random drop kick.
I cannot drop kick.
Oh no, cannot. Like. Ah, cannot.
Oh.
Triple drop kick. I get out kick, get out kick, get out kick.
I'm
Triple.
climbing up. How do you drop kick so fast? Yeah, I'm dead.
I spam drop kick.
The golden ducks is like the drop kick god. Look at that. Drop kick god.
I'm gonna spam the drop kick.
I mean, looks like a good place for drop kick, I guess. They're just drop kicking. Oh, nice.
Okay. We tried to spam dropkick.
I mean, dropkick lost. Oh, the duck's not dead yet. Nice. Oh! I got boomeranged. Everyone just drop kick. Everyone just drop kicks. I'm down.
How did you even get up from that?
I don't know.
I need to just knock him out and then you get dropped. Oh,
Drop kick.
gosh. Every time I use the weapon, they can hit me.
I think I drop kicked you.
Oh my god. Who's left? One duck left. I think. Probably one. Oh.
How do you drop kick that fast? I'm dead. That is like a point blank 0.1 second fucking drop kick. Nice, just swing and just swing them. You can kill them in this map. You just swing and kill until they like die. You got this. Oh. Jade? Oh. Okay, I will drink.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Yes, I snipe him. I snipe him. No, not like this. Oh, he's bringing it. Okay, I sniped the duck. I sniped the duck. Go, 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 go. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Literally spamming dropkick.
Just spam dropkick. I mean, it's a flat surface. Why not?
Oh no. It's with the hammer. You throw the hammer away. Oh no. Oh no. It's stuck. Ah, I missed it. Yes. Damn.
Oh. Oh. I got raided by... Oh, Meeps, hi! Meowdy, Meowdy, May... Oh, that's... I can't keep up, but hi everyone! Give me a second, I'm trying to survive. Give me a second. Hi. Meeper, hi!
Hello.
Meowdy, everyone! Oh god, I got boomeranged. Not like this, not like this, not like this. Give me a second.
Astro PD?
How y'all doing? Welcome in. Let me just try to throw this guy down real quick. Yo, shit. I deserve that shit. I deserve that. Oh, shit. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the follow, Mr. Sai. Hello, hello. How y'all doing? Hope you are doing good. What were you playing, Meeps? Give me a second now.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hello.
Minecraft? Oh, nice. It's been a while since I last played any Minecraft though. Did you have fun? I hope you had fun in Minecraft. Also this. Love the dark sound effects. I mean the dark sound effect is inside the game, I believe. Thanks for raid again. My name is Tylra. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons a lot. And I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Oh god.
Hello.
I can survive. my game is chugging. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Is this game on PlayStation? Not too sure, honestly. I don't own a PlayStation console, so I didn't really check on it. Get punched. Been my first time playing Minecraft for many years, and so it's been a vibe. Nice, good to know. I've been planning on playing back Minecraft someday.
Oh no, like,
I gotta get bonked. I got bonked.
run, run.
I got bonked. Ooh. Nice, man. It's high time now I get the bonk. Is that how I use it? That's not how I use it.
Oh no,
Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. You got this. You got what it takes to beat the pink.
Show your second skill. Oh no.
I got the gun. I got the gun. I got the gun. I got the gun.
Oh no.
Nah, no guns here. We don't use guns. Get out.
Oh. Double bomb.
Oh my god, all the bombs.
No, no, it's a poison.
No,
It's a
only
poison
Xbox and Steam. Oh yeah, you think you got this? Think what it takes to take on the pink rock?
Oh,
That's right.
Yes, eat it. Eat it. Yes. Oh no, getting up.
No.
No, he died. I think he died. Yes.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, we did it! Nice. Got a PS4 right now, but I want to go next gen. Ah. Well, yeah. It seems that there's no PlayStation. Sadly. I want the camera, I want the camera, I want the camera. Oh my god. Allow my camera. Gonna be lurking for a bit while I stretch and get some snacks after a long stream. Okay. Take care of yourself with the post-stream care and everything. Thanks for raid again. Appreciate. And glad to know you had fun with hacking Minecraft. I guess I'm gonna play more, huh? Yeah, I'm playing more. Yeah, play more is also nice, man.
Are you sure you're not addicted?
I'm sure I am addicted. I'm not even gonna try to like deny that I'm not addicted. I am very addicted. Acquired sustenance, nice. Hopefully the sustenance was very good. Now we have open mic. Been playing Fortnite for hours. Now you want snacks? Go get food. The food is good. I haven't got myself food, but soon I will. I need to recognize you as the rabbit, Roxas. I keep thinking that you are the unicorn. Drop kick. Oh, hey, that's you. Oh, that's you. It was nice. Good to know. Drop kick.
Ah.
How there's so many ducks? There's 3 ducks here. What you want? What you want?
Oh, it's time.
Wah. Ew.
What? No, I'm holding on.
Oh,
I like it.
let me help. I'm holding. I'm holding. I'm holding.
Step away. Step away. Ah.
Oh god, I'm dead.
No, no, I'm flight.
Holding it. Oh, I survived. Let's go. I'm fighting with ducks. I'm supposedly to be the prey, but I think I'm dead.
Hit it. Hit it. That's your foot. They are your foot.
I'm trying.
Wait, they can climb back up. Oh, only.
They
Okay,
kind of
still
can,
climb
yeah.
up until.
Oh no.
Oh no.
The
Now
tease.
everyone is dead.
Yeah.
Unless you hold on the handle.
I'm trying to. I cannot.
Oh no.
It's on.
Yeah, you can fight. Yeah, you can fight.
Walao, you won? Oh yeah, you won. You won. So, oh! That's a good punch. I'm dead.
Yeah, no, you're not dead. Still got time. You can still climb back.
Let's go.
Oh, late. Yes,
Oh, the chain reaction.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh my god, the bomb.
No.
I've tried.
You can run outside. Oh.
I'm gonna survive. Let's go. Let's go. We got this. Gonna guess I could go for choke. Oh my god! I got swiped. Dude, they're pissed. They're pissed about me.
Oh, nunchucks is it? No wonder one hit.
Yeah, I mean all weapons are pretty much just one hit. I would say.
No, except for frying pan.
Frying pan's still one hit. I would say. Maybe. Is it not? Ah, I got drop kicked. Chalky bar sounds good. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Doug. All the windshield. I need this. We need this windshield. No. Please don't put me out. What the fuck is going on? Please keep the windshield up. I'm just trying to stay alive. I'm holding this. I'm holding the windshield. You asshat! I'm trying to hold the windshield up. Alright, here we go. Alright, Doug. Alright, Doug. Come here, asshat. Come here.
I'm gonna aim all the blue color, I'm telling you. They keep hitting us.
Ouch! Yeah, the blue color hates us because we won. I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
But I thought it's a different player.
I mean, we just won once.
Oh, yeah.
We are one round in. Did I just broke the handle?
No,
Ow. No! I'm trying to get it. Hold the thing. Hold the thing.
I fly away. I was behind the thing. I still fly away.
Oh, we have another China people. The white duck is China. They're very angry about me. Truce. I'll save you from this. Truce. Truce! Hold the thing! Oh, wait, what?
Oh no.
I broke the handle.
Oh yeah, the handle broke.
Oh my god. Hi Niche. Going to lurk and say goodnight. Okay. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good sleep. Thanks for the pet too.
Post closing stream version. Oh,
What?
there's a gameplay for Ratatan.
Oh, you mean like the Patapon clone?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, I sniped someone.
Protester.
I never played Patapon before. The game looks fun. I wanna try it.
There's a gameplay for it. There's multiplayer for 4 players.
Oh. Who survives? The Black Duck survives. Oh, strong. Yeah, that's what you get for trying to fucking get me again.
What? I can't hold it.
There's just carnage and everything.
Weapon. Oh, someone hold it. Oh,
The
no, it's
duck
the
is
blue
holding it. I got you.
Oh,
I'm holding it up. You can apparently you can just hold it up like this. Wah.
oh shit.
Your sacrifice will not be in vain.
Yeah, it's 1-on-1. Oh, hit it.
Oh my god.
No, you still got time. You just knock it out. And then... Ayo. Oh, just keep hitting him. There's no reason to hit him out.
I mean, there's a bit of a reason.
Time? Not enough time.
Okay,
I
truce.
just have the
Truce.
There's
Alright,
no
stay here,
truth,
stay.
They will knock you out. Listen, they will knock you out.
No, I died first.
No.
There's no truce. I didn't hold the bomb just now, so that was my bad. Nima. Someone's pissed.
Oh, no.
I'm just gonna run around for now.
Kind of keep spamming hitting.
Shooting.
I'm gonna stay here.
Hey, I'm trying to get the windshield out. You okay? Oh, you're alive.
I'm just gonna stay there.
Punch this duck. Get that duck. Get the green one. Get the green one.
Hello?
Oh,
Weapon?
the blue duck got weapon.
Oh! Okay.
Middle.
Hit it.
What the fuck? Did you try to open it up?
No, I tried to. Oh no!
Where?
I tried to stall.
Oh, okay, we got it. we got it. I was like, why is it not open? Oh shit. You're so mean.
I just tried to stall the bomb.
Okay lah. Quack.
This guy hit me so much.
Just punch the one punch the one that use voice chat. I'm dead! No one's holding the windshield. Okay, we got it. Wah, wah.
Oh, this is my revenge. Oh shit!
Oh
Never mind,
shit, I
still
got
time.
thrown.
Wait, all the yellow is out.
No. Oh shit. I'm dead.
I'm gonna stay beside this green.
I'm alive. I don't think I'm alive anymore. Oh my god, I don't think I'm alive anymore. Oh, I'm actually dead. Oh, there's still two green. Roxas, there's still two green.
I know.
You could...
Wait, DC. Oh, that one disconnected.
Okay. You could help the blue, I think, if you want. Get rid of the green first, I mean.
Oh, we still
No,
got time, no worry.
I cannot aim at them.
Oh no.
Did you survive?
Oh no, that's the bomb.
Oh, you got this. Oh my god, you still got this. That's you got swiped.
No.
Wake up! Don't die! Wake up! Oh, that windshield is broken.
Oh no.
The two of the windshield's broken.
Hey, wait.
Oh,
Yes, I won, I
oh
did not-
my god, you are a god. You are a wizard. Oh my god. You are a wizard. I am fucking surprised.
He hated me so much.
Holy shit. I would say luck, but no, that's pure skill right there. that is actual pure skill. No one can tell me otherwise.
Go back to the lobby.
Hmm?
Oh, we can go back to the lobby.
Okay.
Is it?
You want to go back to the
finish
lobby?
Game. Is it?
Yeah,
Any
finish
point
game.
to buy the skin?
See if you have enough cookies. You want to buy the mooncake one?
Yes. Oh, level up. So much thing.
Yeah. I'm still surprised how there's microtransactions in this game, even though this game costs money.
Wait. Throw mooncake and knock out. Oh, I need to knock out 3 people. Is it? Still haven't done that quest.
you need to snipe them with
I
mooncakes.
keep using my bomb.
Use mooncake. The bomb is okay-ish, but it's just like it explodes too slow. I think bomb is only good for the black hole one.
I shall jump out first, and then I have all the mooncake to spam.
Walao.
Just go and dive.
Hey, don't lay. At least punch them first, man.
Oh, wait, Cookie is the in-game cash, is it?
Yeah.
122,000. How long do I need?
I have 28,000.
Oh,
I played for 7 hours.
or weekly. That means I still got time.
Yeah, I mean, you play for 7 hours, you get 28k according to what I did. You could try.
You win.
I mean, I didn't win a lot. I keep losing.
I have 1 coin. Should I use 1 coin?
Oh, I'm saving the coin. I'm not using them.
Is it a 10 draw thing?
Yeah.
Do we have a redemption code?
The gacha?
Yeah, no, there's a redemption code.
I don't think there's any code that we have.
Probably they will have 1 code first.
Maybe we have to go online and search for it.
What it called? Bear box. I
Bear,
need to type it out here.
bear box?
Bear box.
Bear box? I,
Oh no, it's not bear. Bear box.
beer? B-E-R?
Yeah,
Beer?
BRD.
Oh, B-A-R-D.
And then the one more is Josh and Kato.
What?
Josh and
Oh, wait. Beer box.
box.
Oh, I thought you lied.
When have I ever lied?
you always...
Excuse me, princess.
You always lie one, huh? What's the other one? Josh?
Kato. Josh and Kato.
How do you spell Kato? K-A-T-O?
K-A-T-O. Yes.
Okay.
Wait, do you use your tag for your stream? There's a drop enable, isn't it?
Do I have drops enabled? I don't know.
Remember this? They have a drop enable for this game.
I don't think I have drop enabled, to be honest.
Just have to add the tag inside.
And then I'll have the drop enabled?
Yes, you have the drop.
Oh. So what you're saying that is that I can just enable drops and play the game like I do today?
Does it still have it though?
God damn it.
Let me check and see. Anyone playing Animal Party?
There should be a lot of people playing.
Anyone with the drops? Or did the drop expire?
I have no idea.
Debatable. Oh no, that. Yep, no, it's still there.
Okay,
Still
then.
there. Drops enabled.
Too late already. I'm gonna play for a little bit more and then I'm gonna go get dinner.
I know.
It's
But you
like
still have to activate it.
it's like 7:17 p.m. I'm hungry. You're eating. I'll play a
No
few.
such hunger.
Okay, let's play 2 more. Let's play 2 more. 2 more. I start.
Okay. Oh, that's the Twitch cat you can get for free. The one with the hood.
A Twitch cat?
Ah, the one with the hood. That's the free one.
Oh.
Okay.
Are we gonna do Battle Royale again?
Oh, another dropkick time.
Yeah. I mean, you got this. You're a pro gamer. Move right there. I believe in you.
Oh, just dropkicking.
Just drop
And nothing
kick.
else. I still control them.
It cannot show your wizardry.
I don't know how fast they control. Oh my god.
Yeah, nah, see how far and fast they can throw. I don't get it.
No idea how.
Maybe it has to be something with momentum.
I do have this.
아, 이거 너무 귀엽다 이거.
Oh, that's a Korean.
뭐지 마이크 나가는 거 같은데?
Oh yo. I have no idea what they're saying.
I'm a cow.
하마 아니고 유니콘이에요.
Okay, you're a cow, not rabbit, huh?
Oh,
야, 내 왼쪽에 살벌하게 생겼구만.
you should on our voice mod.
제 캐릭터 아직 레벨이
I mean the voice mod.
빼야지 풀린대요.
I can't really get my desired result, so I just kind of stopped using it.
끝나고 설정 좀 만들겠는데 마이크.
Quite hard to get it.
I mean, maybe in the VU version there is, but I don't know. VU version costs quite a lot.
근데 유니콘
If you're using it, then it's worth it. This is a one-time thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lifetime. What?
This is AFK confirm.
그래.
Oh no.
You mean the
Are
blue AFK?
Oh no, it's not AFK.
Oh no.
He hit him away. Oh no, he hit me
Oh.
also.
너도 시켜줘.
Oh, no,
Nice.
I hit his.
기다리세요.
You took the friend.
Why are you speaking Korean?
Also.
Why are you speaking Korean? 왜 그래?
Oh, wait,
I'm
what?
dead.
They don't jump to it. Wait, how is the green alive? I shoot it.
I don't know.
Why is it?
이거 어떻게 됐지 아까 전에?
It's just looking at you. Oh no. I knock it out. You throw them.
Yeah, I want to
both
throw
of
this
them.
one. I want to throw this fucking gorilla. It's fucking drop kick.
이거 듭시다. 여기가 최고야.
Must be streaming.
Probably.
Oh no. Run, run, run. Oh, the double. The double. Oh my god. No, you see, 1-on-1. Is it? No. Oh, 2-on-1.
Oh,
Hello?
they got it first. 어떡해?
Guys, you have to hit it. Oh no. Hit it. Hit it. Oh, just one hit. Oh. Now you can knock it into the.
Sorry, friend.
Oh, no, not fine enough. Just keep hitting it until you KO it, I remember.
Okay, also can.
근데 어떻게 던지랬지 아까 잡고?
Not that late, I also can, no? Oh! Help! Not like this! Yes, 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 thank you, thank you!
Oh no, the shower! Run from the shower! I just want to run.
Why are you rolling?
The shower!
Oh, I got the shovel, I got the shovel!
Time to log in!
No, I just throw away the shovel. No shovel for anyone. Oh, wow, this gorilla.
Oh shit!
I just punched you to death, I'm so sorry.
I died.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I cannot control my punch sometimes, just call both things. Oh! No, I'm dead. Oh, I almost survived. I woke up for a split second. Oh, now you can do the mooncake thing.
I think I did. I knock out. Do I need to kill them?
I think just knockout. I think you need to do like 3.
I did already.
Okay, nice.
Oh.
I love how there's only like one Korean that's like
Oh,
very very enthusiastic about this game. The one Korean. Oh, the gorilla has power up.
Oh!
Where are you?
I'm jumping up. Ah, the gorilla. Scary.
Ah, I got nunchucked.
Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. Hi.
I just got a drop kick.
Oh! Nunchucks!
Nunchuck! Oh, I got frying pan.
Oh my god! The frick.
관전이 이거 맞출 수 있네. 버튼 뭔데? 이렇게.
Double KO. Oh no! That's the friend, is it?
I almost swiped you. I got drop kicked.
Oh, you're okay.
I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. But I also killed the gorilla. It's up to you. It's up to you.
게임 생각보다 좀
오.
귀엽고 괜찮은데? 근데 좀 더 조작도
Oh, good eat.
기념으로 때려.
Nice.
약간 거의
Nice. We got this. We got this.
Oh, the gorillas.
Oh, our gorilla got the weapon so fast. One. Yee.
Freeze again.
제대로
Oh, shit.
잡은 것 같지 않은데? 있는데 저기? 안 돼.
Get punched.
잊었다.
Uh-oh. Oh! I got swiped. Oh, what a boomerang. Holy shit.
안 돼. 안 돼, 안 돼, 안 돼, 안 돼. 얘왜 쓰러져?
Nice, nice.
이거 어떻게 던지더라?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
미를 줘 그냥.
Oh, I got drop kicked. Oh, they also got knocked out.
처리해. 처리해, 처리해.
Nice.
일단 이 고리라 그치 던져. 고리라 던져. 고리라.
I'm saving my unicorn friend.
How? Someone saw kick me. What happened?
나는 끝까지 쫓아 그래.
Punch him. She's the last one. Oh, they're the last one. Get him. Where's the poison gas?
Everyone died. I killed all of them.
Holy shit. I told you you're a fucking wizard in this game. How the fuck are you doing all of these? Let's go.
뭐야? 여기서 움직여?
Oh. You're nice, eh? Oh, welcome back, Shredder. Kai finding home from college. The classic. Okay, one more.
Yeah, one more has been my game.
No, I said two more. This is the second one.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. I play football. I want football. Oh no, everyone likes Broken Arrow because it's so fast. Everyone just dies so quickly, this one. Stinky. I love how like Shredder is like, I could do it, and then Lex did 3 times. Also, this is canon, by the way. Crocodile is taller than... I assume those are Minotaurs? Bull. Reptilian superior, alright?
Oh no, hey. I want to check.
That's a big one. It's a long one. Reptile is superior for sure, right? See? Lex gets it. Although one thing's for sure, to those who chose Broken Arrow is like very serious about this game somehow.
Oh shit, I missed it. No, not the can.
What? Oh yeah, you're the cow.
How am I missing that?
Ah, hold it with two
Boomerang, where's my
hands.
boomerang?
Why don't you hold it with two hands? I don't know how to yeet people properly sometimes. Oh, okay, okay. I dodged it, Oh shit, I got frozen. And I'm dead. Why am I doing long ones now? Your skill have increased. The third skill is increased. Bonk him! You got this!
I already bonked it!
He's just juking! It's just juking, isn't it? Oh, you almost got him. Oh, you got him. Did you?
Oh, I also get KO.
Oh. They kill already. Oh, stay. It's slippery. Nice. They got hit by the bomb. They got hit by the bomb. Allow you a wizard, goddamn.
Oh, I'm gonna get aim so much. I'm gonna take this sucky weapon. Wait. Yes,
I'm awake.
I'm gonna suck it.
I didn't know how to eat people.
Oh no, that's a baseball bat now.
Woo!
Run.
Allow it. Oh, I got hit by the baseball bat. God damn, baseball bat. Oh, that's you.
Hi. Oh, I'm not going to go close.
Oh,
no.
I tried.
Run.
Oh, they threw it away. They try to eat. They don't know how to eat. Oh,
shit.
They got the shovel. They got the shovel instead.
Oh, no. Wait, that one is dead. We can kill people on top here.
Can kill
Oh,
him?
then I'm not. Yeah, that one KO already. That means I don't have to choke. Oh my god. Now I have to eat them out.
I mean, yeet is like faster lah.
If I can KO, it's easier. This map is too dangerous.
I got the power up for the first time. Hi, Emperor Eternal.
No.
Yeah, Roxas is
Oh, no.
killing it. I don't know. Well, I got power up and I got swiped.
Oh.
That's you.
Wait, I shoot it.
Holy shit, the power up is useless.
I shoot it and he hit me instead. Lie. Wait, there's a 2-on-1. 1-on-1. Oh no.
Oh, yeah, no. Weapon got it. I'm not a wizard.
I hit my electric gun, but he ended up hitting me. This weird. Wait, I can't get the weapon. I'm not sure. Oh, is that it? No.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Mine. Mine.
I got shoveled. The pigeon is too strong.
Oh, shit.
I'm actually dead?
I'm not sure.
I'm dead. I got killed by the shovel.
Oh.
See, I did tell you that people who choose the people who chose this stage is like super serious about winning.
Oh no. Run!
They got shovel. They're aiming.
Okay.
Oh my god! I told
Oh,
you you're a
damn it.
fucking wizard. How the fuck did you even did that?
Oh shit. Hey, you can hit it. I don't know.
Yeah,
Melee range too hard to hit.
they have weapon one. Drop kick. They both have weapon on you.
Yes. Oh shit.
Oh. It's slippery. It's slippery. Oh shit, you actually wizard. You are an actual fucking wizard. I cannot believe it. How in the fuck's name did you just win that? Holy shit.
Oh shit.
It's okay, it's okay. Okay, they got rid of the...
He's dead.
Oh
He's
my
dead,
god, let's go.
I think, is it 2 yellow or 1 yellow? 1 more yellow. No, both
No,
yellow died.
both yellow died, both
Oh
yellow
shit,
died.
nunchucks. Get it.
So now they're all aiming for us.
I'm dead. The nunchucks.
Oh.
Too dangerous, you see? Oh,
Nunchucks
oh my
too
god,
fast.
Dodge, run and B. B button.
Goon.
Yes, just run.
Just run.
Careful the banana peel.
Oh shit!
Oh,
One
okay,
lao
shot.
is someone stunned. Someone stunned me. I'm not a wizard. Oh.
Oh, oh. Oh,
Oh wow, the yeet. Yeah, wizard Roxas, definitely. Holy shit.
Weapon, mini weapon. Oh, crossbow. Nobody wants a crossbow.
Am I dead? Oh my god, I keep getting knocked out.
Hi. You shall not get oh shit. He got it, he got it.
Someone got the shovel.
Yes, got it. Oh shit! Dang it.
Ow! Ow! Oh, I died. I fell down, I
When you
fell
jump
down.
and then you get hit by the shower.
And then you flew away, right?
And then I flew so far.
Holy shit.
He was chasing me in the shower.
Oh, the two yellow is still on the stage.
Ah. That one keep.
They're playing very safe. Which is very fair, to be honest. Just
Oh my
gonna
god,
throw
the
a
shower
bomb.
is too dangerous.
One bomb.
Oh no.
Oh,
shower.
Rabbit got the shovel. They drop it.
Sometimes it doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, the rabbit actually know how to play so.
Yeah. The rabbit has good yeet as
The
well.
perfect troll.
Yeah. Oh, the dog.
Oh.
Yes, yes. Okay, we can play more. We can play more.
Oh.
Yes,
no,
we can
still
play
got the
more.
blue, isn't it? Oh no, yeah, both
No,
of them.
yeah.
Wait, who should we want to win?
I don't know.
Who's the one with the low score? Oh no, the
Blue,
one with the low score is the
blue.
blue. We have to let the blue win.
Yeah, hit the green.
Oh no, yes.
Oh, oh. 2-1-1.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let the blue win.
Nice. We're just extending as much as possible because of my last. Oh my god! Because it's my last game.
We have to hit the yellow. Hit the yellow.
Hit the yellow. Okay, you
Oh no,
hit.
oh no.
Oh!
Oh, watch.
Holy shit! There's so
Oh my
many
god,
people.
oh my god.
Help! The fuck is going on?
Kill. Someone hit me out.
Oh, you got a kill already.
Yeah, someone shot me out straight.
Oh, I got shot to death.
Yeah, you see, he's shooting. Both of them is shooting. This is why I got hit. This is why I got hit. Dang. Sure. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Both. Oh, both out. Careful, there's two blue. Oh no, the banana peel.
I'm stuck. They're aiming for me. I'm just gonna run around.
Oh no, two blue. There's two blue.
Oh,
Oh no, don't jump! Oh.
I got greedy. I tried to hack and drop kick him. Oh, now blue is a menace as well.
No, what the heck? How the?
Oh, the boomerang just got triple killed.
Oh, no. Wait, triple kill?
Yeah, someone with a boomerang just triple killed someone, including me. Oh!
Ah!
Nice, nice, nice. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Oh shit. Oh no, why is there both of them standing there? The yellow is still there.
I'm trying to punch this blue.
Oh shit, what? That killed me?
Up, sorry.
Damn it! Am I dead?
No, 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 no.
Oh no! The ice!
Oh, I got ice also.
Damn it! He was
Can
just
we-
standing there, nobody hitting it.
Yeah. Yeah, the ice is.
Keep on my banana peel!
It's banana peel. Go. Banana peel. Oh, it just bounced
Oh
off.
no!
Ah, they still won. Okay lah.
He's just standing there, nobody hit it.
I mean, I was trying to hit the golden dog. See, they don't care about the picture. You know what I mean?
Yes!
Oh wow, the auto got the picture. Can't tell if that's supposed to be a polar bear or an albino. I don't know. But it's all good. Hey Roxas,
Yes.
comes the crucial question.
Yes.
One more?
Okay.
Okay, you're supposed to deny. Okay, one more. Okay, one more. Okay, the truest of one more, no more. One more, no more. Hey, hockey, hockey. Oh, thanks for the boop. Le boop. This hockey can be the last one because my favorite.
This cat.
Oh, yo. Oh, you got the
Cat.
Yeah, just now the one. Just one more. the classic just one more and then 5 hours later.
Oh wait, this is what is this?
It's the hockey. We're trying to get oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah, oh, we almost got it.
What?
Oh my god.
Pull me off. He can hold me out.
Oh wait,
What?
we have no goalie.
No, he can hold me away. What?
Wait, really?
Oh, he can pull me away.
Hey, walao eh. Oh, did you try to become
Yeah, you see,
the?
he can. I cannot kick him out. He's just holding me. That means I can just hold one of them out.
Oh, I mean then.
And just.
I got it in. Let's go.
Can
Aggressive.
just hold me away. I'm wondering what. I can't even knock him away.
See, I set up for myself one. Drop kick. Yeet.
You missed the shield. That one.
Yeah.
What? Free goal? Free goal?
Free. Let's go. Free.
The first hit.
See both of us
double
like.
kick.
Oh my god, that's perfect. Oh, that is actually clip worthy. Holy shit. Do it again. Let's go, Jay. We almost did it again. Oh my god, I got swiped. Hi again, Rogue. Oh, I missed it.
You pull me away.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Oh my god.
Too far. Oh no. He's pushing.
I'm dead. I mean, there's no need for goalie, I guess.
Oh shit.
Oh, I died.
Oh shit. Oh no. Oh yes.
Oh,
It actually works.
is it a gorilla that's like just
Yes,
dragging you
just
around?
Grabbing everyone.
Yeah.
Oh no, I
No.
kick it away.
Oh good, oh good. We tried. I just punched the gorilla down.
Oh, I miss it. Now trying for triple kick.
Oh, what the fuck? How did it go sideways?
Oh.
Sorry, I think that was me. Oh.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh, my god. I can't win.
Oh, wow.
I can't win.
Straight lines here.
I got knocked out.
Same.
They cannot move.
Yeah, I know. I've been there multiple times.
Yes. What? There's still the second shoe.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh shit, I missed.
Oh no. Oh wait, no. He knocked me out instead. I knocked him out.
Oh my god, I keep punching the wrong way. Ah. Oh my god, oh my god.
My god.
Oh my god. Oh,
No.
that was close.
He got the shoe.
Yeah, they got the deflect. I messed up too many times. Oh wait, it's our
Wait,
own
that's
team.
our team. What?
It's our own team. No, we have a spy. A mongoose.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Just go and kill someone. Just go and kill someone.
Just kill. Oh my god, what a shot. I died. I died in the goal.
Oh shit. Oh, yes.
I feel I'm not doing anything this round. Let's go. We both died.
No, what?
Oh, wow. Free goal? Goalie?
Only was hitting someone. Oh, that was eating someone. Why you go and hit it?
Oh. The gorilla is like dragging people around. It's like messing. Oh my god, I got punched to death. Oh, let's go. We got this. We can bring it back. We're so back.
Oh.
Even though I'm dead. Oh shit. Oh, hi Hibley. Oh my god, it's been a while. Tylra just dies.
Ah.
Hope you're doing good, Hibley. Welcome. Oh god, ow.
Oh shit. Oh, someone there.
Nice. Oh, what a deflect. Oh my god, I tried to punch. Okay, I'm coming up. Ow! How you doing? I'm doing fine. Just maybe a little bit hungry. You know, I've been here for like 7.5 hours. But yeah, I'm good. It's been a while. Hope you've been well lately. Drop kick.
Ah, shit.
Goalie!
Oh, why he hit back?
Walao, spy!
He hit it back.
Spy!
Three goals from them for our own team.
Wait!
You see? And then
Walao,
he
this
hit
got for you.
Free goal from our team.
Exposed. the exposed. Nuh-uh. I'm the camera. I'm dead. Oh, holy shit. Where am I?
Mine? It's mine.
Oh wait, that's my snoot. I saw my snoot. Been away a while. Life's been a lot. God, sorry about that. But yeah, life's been tough. But still, it's good to see you. Oh, it's good to see you too. Why are you just pinning things? why are you just pinning things? Wow. Here, do this. Oh, you've been playing Mortal Kombat 11? Nice. I never played Mortal Kombat myself before. Hey, Roxas.
Yes. You know I'm gonna say yes though.
No, don't say yes. Don't say yes.
You know I'm gonna say yes, right?
Don't. I'm going back. I cannot just keep looking at that screen. I cannot handle it. Oh, hey, I got a hammerhead shark. You do have the option of not asking to? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't ask. I did not. Yeah.
Yeah, you get the skin. There's no way to track the skin, is it?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What skin?
Moon rabbit.
It's in the item shop, isn't it?
No, there's a throw the mooncake one, isn't it? The free another rabbit skin.
Got it? I don't know it. I mean, I can buy it.
Let's see how. Oh, cannot check it.
I recently got the new one. It's a vibe. Though the single player mode is lagging. Oh, it's always sad when the fighting game single player content is lagging. It's Tekken 7. But yeah, it's sad. You mean new one? Is it like the Mortal Kombat 1? The new one? Yeah, this boss Garfat. Garfat. Gonna love boss Garfat. And David Hachi. And Husky.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh.
Wait.
Skin.
Is Mortal Kombat 1 out? I thought it's still in like development. Shit, I didn't know. See, I got the pink croco. Oh, it came out last week. Oh, nice. I'm waiting very patiently for Tekken 8 to release. It has a release week. It has a release date now. Bruce? There, Bruce. It's fun, but it could have used some more time in the oven. It came out quick. Oh yeah, I hate that. It's like they sort of just like rush out the game. Hopefully they'll polish it in the future, like adding new contents to it. Hopefully. And that is if Nether Studios, or what was it again? The one that make Mortal Kombat, like wanting to make new content. That would be great. Tekken 8 looking wild. Yeah, I think I saw the single player content for Tekken 8. They finally put the Tekken ball back, and I was like, oh shit, it's like a Tekken 3 classic. What? What was that? What did you say?
Nothing.
Nothing, man. I saw you said something, though.
No, I did not say anything.
Walao, eh. Okay, now like this also can, no? Okay, now. Okay, I'm gonna close the
okay.
game. I'm gonna leave the
What do you
current team.
I have been abandoned.
I need to abandon. If not, I'll keep playing. I need to close this game. If not, I'm being
More.
tempted.
You need more.
No, it's all shit. It's been 7 hours and 37 minutes. Not lie, cannot lie. I need to go dinner. I'm getting hungry. I need food. What do you mean? Oh. Why do I have encoding overloaded? Get food? Yeah. Oh wait, Rox is still here. Look at that.
What?
No, I forgot I have the Discord group here. I put you... No, I don't want you to cover my...
Yes, cover you.
No. you stay the chat box. Get thank you so much. It is you, huh? Space Bunai?
Space Bunai?
Space Bunai. Oh, there's a new lo-fi for Dragon. 51 minutes ago. Thanks. Oh, that looks good. Wait, look at this dragon. Holy shit. Thank you for stream. Oh, thank you for being here. Look at this, look at this. Oh, I'm blocking it. Look at that. So good. I don't really usually enjoy lo-fi a lot. But there's dragon, so why not, right? Why not?
Alright, I'm gonna send you these two.
What?
I'm gonna send you the gameplay for it. Make you excited.
You mean the Party Animals gameplay?
Party animals?
Party Animals? Aren't you talking about Party Animals?
Talking about Ratatan.
Oh, okay. Can. Send me lah. Hey yo.
We will be excited too.
Dragons make everything better. Very, yeah. Dragons makes everything better tenfold. And Dice is also playing Party Animals. Oh, there's Brecky and also Nita. Oh shit, who to raid? I don't know. Oh, there's also Bailey. Oh. Oh. Help. I'm gone.
Gone?
I'm just getting bullied. Oh yeah, I'm gonna unpin this message. Yola. It's okay, that's a good pin. Hey, walao eh. I'm gonna unmod you, little shit. Oh wait, you can pin for like a shorter time.
Yeah, that's the time limit.
Oh. Okay then. I'm not gonna unmod you for that. Yeah, let me just plug things real quick. I'm gonna summon Bernie. Leave the pin. Yeah, I'll leave the pin. I'm gonna summon Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
There, I have coffee, Discord, socials. There you go, all the links. Maybe I should like combine all the links into like one link. There's like a card.co. I could use that one, I think. Yeah, either that or just one link into all the other ones. I'll think about it. I will think about it. I love how the chat box is blocking Roxas's face. One link into all the other ones. That's a rather specific one. Too specific even. I think I'm probably gonna raid. I think I disabled Throne, I think. Let's raid Brecky, eh? Because it's been a while since I last raided Brecky.
Brecky?
Yeah, Brecky.
That's no idea who.
Brecky ball. Party animals are here to knock you out and grab the shinies. That's good. Alright, I'll use that one. Nah. Tylra cute. Wow. Thanks, Shredder. A fluffy dog is also cute, right? That's right, Brecky. If you don't know who Brecky is now, Brecky is like a green dragon who does art and also play a bunch of platforming games like Super Mario World, Super Mario Odyssey. Recently I've seen, and Celeste. Oh, Celeste, I don't know. The Celeste? Yeah, those kind of games. And very hardcore too. It's true, Tylra cute. Wow. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, let me type it real quick. Okay. La Celestina, maybe? Okay, I'm gonna go get dinner, and then I will not be streaming on Tuesday and Wednesday lah. And then also I'm gonna do an announcement on Discord soon about the event from October 6th to 9. October 6th to 9. Time will be around 9 to 10 a.m. to 12 to 1 a.m. Something like that. And then what I'm gonna do there, not too sure yet, but I'll think about it. Maybe I'll even improv something, I don't know. But yeah, it's gonna be a long stream. We're gonna have a lot of good times. Yeah. Yeah, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right? Know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And here comes the raid to Brecky. Boom. Bye, Everlight Eternal. Thanks for the pets. It's so rare you're also here. I mean, it's so rare to have anyone in my voice chat, to be honest, because I'm so afraid. It's not because there's no one wants to talk to me, it's because I'm so afraid. Guess I'll slowly get used to it. Also, rate message. Oh my god, Roxas. Stinky! You're stinky! Stinky! I'm just gonna yip for this. I'm gonna yip for this. My PC's chugging.
Yep.
Yep. Oh my god, Jade is stinky as well. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Love you. Alright.
Emotional damage.
Bye bye. Oh my god, I can't hear shit. Unhinged.